Hello, everyone. Welcome to our final conference. Great to see so many people here. Great that you could make it. My name is Vasilis Anatolitis. I'm from Fraunhofer ISI, and I'm the project coordinator. And today I will be moderating this final conference. Unfortunately, 3.5 years have passed quite fast. But in any way, we have gathered a lot of information. We have found a lot of interesting things about renewable energy auctions, and we are going to present them to you today, discuss them with our external speakers, and of course with you, the audience. So without further ado, I would like to give the floor to my colleague and supervisor, Jenny Winkler, for a couple of nice words, hopefully, and a warm welcome.
Okay, I'm of course very happy to welcome you officially here to this final conference of the AURES 2 project. My name is Jenny Winkler. As Vasily already said, I'm also working for the Fraunhofer Institute for System and Innovation Studies. I'm heading there the Renewable Energy Unit. The Fraunhofer ISI, if you don't know us yet, is an institute for applied research on technology, innovation, and system analysis. And we have a long-standing experience with regards to support policies for renewables and beyond, and also the techno-economic analysis of energy systems in general. We are also doing a lot of policy advice work apart from the research, and that is across the transformation of energy systems, both on a member state level, EU level, and also internationally. I wanted to say today mainly that I was very happy to form part of this successful AURES project. And I'm also proud of how the project has shaped also its impact on policies both on EU and member state level, and all the products that have been developed over the last 3 years and that you can find on our website, and where today also will give you a very short and concise summary with regards to the main findings. I always enjoyed very much working in the great team that we have had in this project, and also getting such exciting feedback from stakeholders and policymakers during the project's lifetime. So thank you to all of you who are here today or have been in contact with the project over the last 3 years. I also need to state that because of our very good experience in this project, I'm very sad that the project is now coming to an end, and also that we will not be able to continue the project work as at least in the framework of Horizon, because I believe that there is still a lot to do in terms of analysis and also research and market uptake of auctions for renewable energy support, and also beyond that. Okay, before you will now be able today to get the promised summary of all the results that we have developed over the last 3 years. And of course, these will be enriched, or that the conference today will be enriched by discussions with stakeholders on each of the topics. I wanted to use the opportunity to say thank you to many of the people here today, and also to some others. So first of all, I wanted to thank you, the audience of today's conference, and just for participating today, for being here. I expect, of course, that you will contribute actively to the discussions, ask questions, and bring in your opinions, even though, unfortunately, we had to organize this event again, as so many over the last years, in a virtual way. I also want to thank you again, and also the people who could not make it today, but who were actively participating in the project so far, by, for example, reading and downloading our reports, participating in our webinars and the regional sessions, for subscribing to the newsletter and other things. I hope that, at least for the people here today, that was as beneficial as for us, and we hope to stay in contact even after the end of this project. I also want to give a big thank you to the member state representatives those who are here today, but also those who have actively worked with us during the project. For example, in the case of, or in the form of case cooperations, which we have established with some member states. We very much really enjoyed working with all of you on your auction schemes and also on sharing your experience to other people and to us in the project. Of course, I also want to thank the European Commission for their active involvement in the project. Especially, I'm very happy that in this project phase, we did not only have the chance to continue our collaboration with DG ENER, but we also had in-depth conversations with DG Competitions, which of course were very, very enriching for the project outputs. And also, to a minor extent, we have also been in contact with DG Klima and DG Trade, and of course that was also very beneficial for us, and we also hope that it was useful for the EU Commission staff. Then, of course, the same big thank you also goes to the Energy Community Secretariat, where we also had a lot of rich exchanges on different auction topics for that area of Europe. Another thank you goes to our advisory board members. Many of them are here today and will also participate actively in the following sessions. And in the same way, there were also those that are involved today, but also all other board members were very actively involved in the project work during the last 3 years and actively contributed to improve the quality of our outputs substantially. Another thank you goes to our different project managers at CINEA. The current one will also give a welcome after mine, but we had a really good experience with all of them. I think there were 2 changes over the lifetime of the project, but all of them have been very supportive to our work, and they were also flexible with regards to delays and necessary project expansions, especially due to the COVID pandemic. So thanks a lot for this as well. Another thank you, of course, goes to the whole project team. I must say that we really had a very active, very flexible, very motivated and very enjoyable team. And that made this project very special, I think, to all of us, even though, unfortunately, we did not have the chance to meet in person very often. So thank you to everyone, and I hope for a future cooperation on other projects. And the last thank you on my list goes to my colleague Vasilios Anatolitis. I think he did a really excellent job in coordinating this huge and successful project. And of course, this coordination also included many phases that were quite stressful and demanding, but he always remained very happy and optimistic, and I think that gave a lot of motivation also to the team, and we succeeded in the end to do everything, deliver everything on time and at a very good quality. So thanks, Vasily. He will also guide you through the event today, so if you don't yet know him yet, you will learn to know him today at least a little bit. Now I'm very much looking forward to the presentations and discussions in today's final conference. And I really hope that there will be further exchange on auction design and beyond, with as many of you as possible, and also beyond the end of the project. And with this, I'm handing back to Vasily.
Thank you very much, Jenny, for the very nice and warm welcome and introduction. And also thank you back to you for your support over the lifetime of the project. It was really great working with you and the whole project team and really everyone around the project. Before we continue, I would like to give the floor to Achim Voite from CINEA, who is our project officer at the European Commission, who wants to say a couple of words as well. And we are very thankful if you could share some words. Perfect.
Hello.
Wonderful.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Vasily, and thank you very much, Jenny, for the opening. it's my pleasure to join you in opening your final workshop after 42 months. It is so 3.5 years. I think it became 6 months longer than foreseen, indeed. Yes, I can just tell the audience that I have already had a sneak preview of the results of these projects a few weeks ago, together with colleagues from different directorates of the Commission. And I can just tell you it's worth it. So I think your project has particularly helped in finding evidence and finding and specifying, helping to specify details. I mean, auction design is a complex science. Well, it's not a natural science, but it is a science. And we have seen, I think, in the last 20 years in auction systems in Europe, in different member states, that it matters. It matters on the effectivity and effectiveness and efficiency. So the number of projects you see, the quality of the project you see, the prices of the project, so efficiency comes in, and where they are. It matters about technology. There's so much to talk about and so much to take into account. And then rather than starting over and over again in different member states, repeating the same mistakes, I think from what you have collected and developed and learned and made available now in your project, we can all benefit. So that's why I wish you all like interesting and fruitful afternoon, and listen carefully and see what is useful for you. Thank you very much, and thank you of course to the project team, to Vasilis again for the coordination. I think I also speak in the name of my colleagues, the previous project officers who handed over to me after all. Thank you very much and all the best.
Thank you very much, Achim, for the nice words and for taking care of the project. And as Jenny already mentioned, thank you very much for your flexibility. The past 2.5 years were not so easy. So thanks again for your understanding and for your support. And to you, and a shout out to Dimitri as well. I don't know if he could join us today. It was great working with you. So thank you very much.
Welcome.
Without further ado, a very brief introduction or an overview of today's agenda. So we will start welcome in the introduction. I will continue with a very brief introduction to renewable energy auctions. I think most of you are already experts on the topic, but of course, if you are if you already know everything about auctions, feel free to grab a coffee in these 10 to 15 minutes. Otherwise, just to have a level playing field between all participants, I will present to you really the most important basics about renewable energy auctions. We'll continue with our session on the lessons learned from European auctions. Then we'll continue with the impacts of auctions, first on the financing side and as well on the renewable energy sector. We'll have a short coffee break of 15 minutes. And then we'll continue with thinking a little bit ahead. So what are the next steps of renewable energy auctions in terms of electricity and the auction design, of course? And last but not least, we'll look very much in the future, maybe after some current events, not that far. So the future of auctions. And around 5:15 to 5:30, we'll conclude the conference. And that's going to be the end. So very briefly, an overview about AURES. I think most of you have already participated in some of our workshops. AURES 2, Auctions for Renewable Energy Support. We are a Horizon 2020 project that runs from November 2018 until in 2 days. It's concluding. Coordinated by us at Fraunhofer ISI from Germany, and we are 11 institutions from 6 EU member states, plus the UK. As you can see, quite a lot of different actors, partners with various backgrounds. Our objectives of the project are to generate and communicate new insights on specific auction designs. So that's what Achim mentioned, just to where we collected information, thought about different design options and presented them to the public. Then we provided tailor-made policy support in the sense of advising, supporting governments, regulators when designing and conducting their auctions, and of course to facilitate the knowledge exchange between stakeholders. Every time I'm making the same remark, but we started very happily having in-person workshops, but of course, unfortunately, the COVID-19 pandemic made it a little bit more difficult. That's why it's so great to see that people are still participating in our conferences, even if they're online. Just for the ones who are new to this topic, because you might have noticed AURES 2, so there has been an AURES 1. I would just like to use a moment to do a little bit of stock taking or to understand what we did differently. So AURES 1 was quite important in laying the groundwork for renewable energy auctions, establishing an analytical framework and trying to understand what are renewable energy auctions. And it was quite important in the sense of supporting governments to introduce auctions. So it started, I think, in 2014 to 2017 and run until 2017. And their auctions were a little bit kind of exotic. And so the project really helped it to ramp them up. So I would say that AURES 1 project was more about understanding RES auctions in general. And I wanted to include a little some more arrows in the sense of, so starting from this groundwork, we tried to push forward into different directions. So on the one hand, the future of auctions, where we wanted to see what's going to happen in the next couple of years, thinking ahead. Then we had another point, the international auctions and multi-technology auctions. So looking a little bit more in depth in certain design elements. And last but not least, we had one advantage compared to AURES 1. More time passed. AURES 1 did a great job, and a lot of countries introduced renewable energy auctions, and therefore we were able to evaluate and monitor the outcomes of renewable energy auctions. And of course, what was the impact? Before auctions were introduced, a lot of people were afraid for the renewable energy sector, the financing conditions, and we were able to analyze it and see what came out there. And so basically, this is what we are going to present to you today. For all of you who haven't been on our website yet, what have we done? So what have we produced? More than 20 case studies, our AURES 2 auction database with the results from the different auction outcomes, the auctions all around Europe. We have produced a number of policy briefs, reports on current topics and future topics and past topics, a lot of research papers, stakeholder workshops. I won't stop including these nice pictures from Vienna and from Budapest from 2019. And of course, our country case cooperations that Jenny already mentioned, where we work together with Austria, Denmark, Germany, and Hungary when they introduced their renewable energy auctions. But let me do a little bit of advertisement. So what's new, even brand new, what came out in the last couple of months, days, weeks. So we have 3 new case studies on Croatia, Italy, and Spain. What is quite important to mention is our special issue. So especially for the researchers among us, please feel free to contact us or submit directly if you have an article on renewable energy auctions or even the future of auctions that is somehow related. We have in the esteemed journal Energy Policy, we were able to conduct and organize a special issue there, and we would be very happy if you are able to share or submit your manuscripts there. We extended the deadline, now it's end of July, and therefore this gives you a little bit more time to produce something. And this is something you can look forward to since, and I think then in September, October, it's going to be wrapped up in general, and there you can see finally we have a place where we can share the renewable energy knowledge. Furthermore, we have some more reports, some policy briefs on the support of green hydrogen, how can auctions help. We have auctions in the heating sector, and of course our event at the this year's COP. 2 more very nicely and well written reports, once on the competition dynamics revisited and the modeling of European and cross-border renewable energy auctions. For the younger audience among us, I'm quite proud that we've succeeded in having a podcast series about auctions where we present our findings, and there are always there's one partner and even some from the advisory board who participate there and present their topic. And we are even on Spotify. And I didn't imagine that we're going to do that at the beginning of the project, but I'm quite happy and even proud. And last but not least, in the next couple of days, we'll publish our AURES2 summary report where everything will be included there. So the main messages there, you can look it up. What have we found out in the last 3.5 years? Before I continue with my very brief introduction to renewable energy auctions, some organizational remarks. You saw the structure, the brief introduction, and then we have 4 sessions. Each of the 4 sessions, they will have a couple of presentations, so 4 presentations, and we'll conclude with a panel discussion, which will last about 25 minutes. So if you, the audience, have any questions, please write them in this box. There should be a box in the panel where you can write up your question or your comment or remark. That is meant for the presenters or the audience, the panel, the overall panel, and we will answer all these questions at the beginning of the panel discussion. And afterwards, if all the questions are answered, we'll continue with a discussion and your comments. For your information, the conference is currently recorded and will be shared on our website, including the presentations. A lot of people ask us, unfortunately, they couldn't make it and they would still like to have a look at it, so it's going to be shared. And last but not least, I'm looking forward to a fruitful and very lively discussion. So as I mentioned, all of you who are already experts in renewable energy auction design, please go grab a coffee. And if you're still interested, join us on this very brief introduction. So what are renewable energy auctions? So auctions in general are a price finding mechanism. So especially if there's an information asymmetry, for example, between the government and the private sector on the renewable energy costs. In the past, usually the governments just put out a price and thought this is the correct one, but generators, of course, know the price is better. And auctions help to find out this price. And of course, auctions are an allocation mechanism. So the government procures renewable electricity generation. So you can imagine it like that. And usually project developers, they participate, they bid, they submit a bid. And with this mechanism, the support that the government wants to spend on renewable energy, it's an efficient allocation mechanism. The auction decides who is going to get the support. And just a small remark, sometimes we speak of tenders as well. You might have heard auctions or tenders. Tenders are usually multi-criteria auctions, including price and additional non-price criteria, while auctions mostly focus on who has the cheapest bid. Let's be to make it easy. But in the end of the day, as you might have noticed, they're used synonymously. Very briefly, what are benefits and challenges of renewable energy auctions? I think you might have heard that already. So why should one use auctions? What are the advantages? So usually if there's a lot of competition, this decreases the support expenditures and costs. An allocative efficiency is ensured. So projects with the lowest cost projects are awarded and built first. It ensures, of course, a stable and foreseeable investment environment. Governments have control over the budget and the deployed volumes, in contrast to, for example, administratively set feed-in tariffs. And it's basically a transition to a market-based system. And of course, there are some disadvantages of auctions as well. So there might be strategic and unfavorable strategic bidding behavior. So this can lead to higher support costs and inefficiencies. Of course, if projects are not built, there is a risk of underfulfilling of RES deployment targets. Countries and governments might have some problems, especially if there are just not enough participants that we have unfortunately seen in some instances, or very low realization rates, so projects are not built. Of course, auctions are a competitive mechanism, so there's a higher risk that bigger players are rather favored, and they in the end might even increase then the generation costs. And of course, to conduct such an auction, the regulators and government representatives might know that very well between us. Among us, there is quite an administrative cost, but as well as a learning curve. And the worst fear for every policymaker, regulator, auction designer is, of course, if there is no competition in the auction, you really have a big problem. But we have, of course, solutions for that, no worries. And in the end of the day, in a nutshell, so auctions can have, of course, multiple benefits, but smart auction design is key. So auction as a mechanism is very great, but it needs to be designed in a very well way. And this is, of course, what the project was mainly about. To give you a little bit a look backwards, so in general, what are renewable energy support instruments and auctions? How are they interrelated? So in the past, you might know there were two categories of renewable energy support instruments. So the price-based ones and the quantity-based ones. So of course, price-based means the government sets a certain price and says, okay, usually a feed-in tariff. So for each megawatt hour or kilowatt hour electricity you produce, you'll get a certain amount of support. And so the price is set by the government, and you can decide if you want to build or not. On the other side, but the government doesn't know the volume, how much will be built at the end of the day. The quantity-based ones, of course, the government sets a certain quota, sets a certain amount, and says, okay, I don't know what the price is going to be. Let's exchange, let's have a market, let's have some certificates, but I want you to have this kind of quota, this kind of percentage that needs to be met. And in between, of course, there are certain other instruments, fixed feed-in premium, sliding feed-in premium, investment grants that are more or less based on one or the other one. Auctions can combine both approaches, so the price and the quantity-based approach. And this helps, of course, for example, you can still have a feed-in tariff or a sliding feed-in premium, a fixed feed-in premium, investment grant. We've seen everything. But you can still control the volume and let the market decide about the price. And in the end of the day, the basic idea is that auctions replace this administrative price level setting. So in the past, governments had to think about what is the appropriate price for our feed-in tariff. That was quite difficult because in some countries it was way too high, and you had really very, very, very high and unsustainable growth in the end of the day. And this and auctions help to overcome this issue. Here I have a nice list of a lot of auction design elements. There are options, how to introduce them in the best practices space. We've done in AURES 1 a lot of work on that, in AURES 2, and our colleagues Pablo Del Rio and Christoph Kiefer, they've even done a study on that. And I won't go through this in detail. I'll leave it up to you as a little bit of a homework. We'll share, of course, the slides, as I mentioned, so you can go through it or ask us and to see what are the actual options when designing an auction. So in a nutshell, auctions function as a price finding mechanism as well as allocation mechanism for renewable energy support. They have become actually the predominant instrument in the EU and worldwide for renewable energy support. Competition is crucial for auctions to function, and smart design is key, but please keep in mind, no one size fits all is possible there. Auction design should always be adapted to the local circumstances and the desired policy objectives. Having said that, thank you very much, of course. I would like to give the floor to my colleague Laszlo from REC, who is going to, I hope everybody is back. So the introduction on auction is over and we do the deep dive. So Laszlo, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Vasily. Do you hear me well? And I would like to invite, yes, all the participants of this 1 hour section. So the first section is about lessons learned from European auctions. My name is Laszlo Szabó. I'm leading REC, and we were leading actually the Work Package 2 on the case studies. And we'll have a first introduction to the case studies by my colleague Alfred Diallo. We'll have more intervention in this section actually. So we'll have José Arias Carrera from the European Commission, who will give us the European perspective on renewable auctions. Then we'll have on-country flag from TACON, who will really focus on the auction design and the policy objectives which are needed to have an efficient and effective auction design, actually. And the last contribution in that row of contribution will be Diala Avila from IRENA, who will really focus on the international experiences and on some social economic benefits as well of auctions. So these will be the 4 interventions, and after that we'll have some 20-25 minutes for a panel discussion as well. And maybe just a few sentences from my side that how do I see the work package 2 and the results, the nice and rich outputs we have reached actually in this work package, because it's really true what actually Vasily told us, that if you go to the website of the AURES 2 project, you will see a very rich output there. So lots of policy briefs, very specific assessments, a very nice and very useful database on the auctions all over Europe, really very detailed one. And then you would see there the case studies as well. And why do I think that the case studies were helping a lot in the project? I think it's a very useful tool actually to go into the details of these cases. Because once you are building up a database, then you summarize everything into figures and numbers, and you are losing some richness there. So what the case studies are really looking for was that we were really going into a bit deeper, and then we were looking at elements which will really drive efficiency and effectiveness in these auction case studies. So if you are very interested in some of the countries, please visit the website as well. What is nice that we have over 20 case studies now, so which is much more than what we have planned actually, because we had this nice half-year extension. We were covering EU and non-EU member states countries as well, so you can really see a wide variety of case studies. And what is important to see at the same time in Work Package 2, that this was the work package where we were organizing this case cooperation with governments in Austria, in Denmark, in Germany, in Hungary, and we were really helping them in some design options and design elements. Actually, in case of Hungary and Austria, this was the phase when they started the design of their auction, so it was a big help for them. In case of Denmark, it was helping them in some details on the offshore auctions. In Germany, in designing the newer auction types. So with this very short introduction, I'm really and thanks for the presenters here. Thank you very much for accepting the invitation, and I would not like to lose more time because the content will just come. And we have this order that we will start with actually with the AURES case study synthesis or summary slide, which will be presented by Alpha Diallo, my colleague. So Alpha, please, the floor is yours, and you have 10 minutes to summarize the main findings of the case studies. Please.
Thank you very much, Laszlo. My name is Alpha Diallo, and I would like to warmly welcome all the participants of this workshop and this panel discussion as well. And in the next couple of minutes, I would like to introduce the results of this work package 2, which are about the case studies in these AURES 2 projects. And my first couple of slides will be supplementary to the slides that Vasily presented in the beginning of the presentation. So it will just give a broad overview about how auction stands and what are the main conclusions based on the case study analysis in this project. And my last slides will focus on interesting findings and issues to be discussed with you in this workshop and throughout the panel. So I don't have control, Vasily, I think.
You should, yeah, I think now you got it, and there's a little bit of a lag. Can you just, perfect, now it switched. Yep. 1 second, perfect.
Now it's working, thank you very much. So my first slide is a comparatory slide. It shows For solar PV, the state of auctions in 2016 and in 2020. 2016, the time of the end of the AURES 1 project, and 2020, which is a relatively recent snapshot of auctions. And in dark color, you can see those countries which until that time implemented auctions, while light countries are the ones which are not. And the general conclusion can be drawn by just looking at the figure that since 2016, many, and we can say most of the European countries introduced auction-based allocation of support. So we can see that in almost all member states, such tender, at least one tender was organized. And already in the graph, you can see the average awarded, so the strike prices of the auctions, both in 2016 and 2020. And the general conclusion can be drawn based on the figures that support prices are in a constant decrease in the European Union. I will highlight at a later point that this is not uniformly the case for all European countries. However, in general, we can conclude that support costs are significantly lower in 2020 in association with auctions relative to 2016. Thus, it seems that this form of allocating support is a very efficient one in terms of reducing costs. Also, you can see the data that auction capacity increased a lot between the two times. Which is also a result of the fact that there are more auctions in the system. So while in 2016 it was around 2 gigawatts total awarded capacity for solar PV, it increased to almost 9 gigawatts in 2020. If now we move towards to the onshore wind case for the similar map for onshore wind, I wouldn't spend so much time on this slide because the conclusions are relatively similar, like the conclusions were in PV. So we can see that in 2016 only a handful of countries introduced auction yet, but in 2020 a similar picture arises like in PV, that in most of the countries now we see at least one auctions were organized. And also in terms of prices in general for onshore wind, we can identify a general decrease, and not uniform, but general decrease in support cost. So for both technologies, auction seems to be a very efficient way to allocate support. The important thing, however, and when we move to the next slide, which came out from the case studies, that when we think about auctions, many of the people who are not experts on the field think about some common thing. However, our research found, and it is, I think, a very important conclusion of the case studies, that current European auctions are very, very heterogeneous. So member states really have a great opportunities to design their auctions, great possibilities, and as a result, in many design elements, the applied auction schemes are different across the European member states. Of course, there are some similarities in the designs, which can be considered as common practice across the European Union. First, that most of the auctions are pay-as-bid auctions, which means that the price is awarded which you bid at the auctions, and they are also static. So in most of the cases, there are no multiple terms of bidding, and also multi-unit auctions, which means that there are no fixed sites for the project, except for offshore wind mostly, but producers can decide where to build their power plants. The support periods are between 12, 15 years to 20 years across European schemes. And in most of the European schemes, price is the main factor which decides who is the winner of the auction, meaning that price efficiency is the main goal of the European auctions. However, many of the European auctions promote actor diversity, like supporting small power plants or local energy communities. However, if we turn our attention toward the differences, which is a more interesting thing to analyze, we can see that countries differ heavily in terms of auction volume. There are some countries like Spain or Portugal, which are focusing mainly for large power plants. So if we just check the winning bids, we see average project sizes of more than 50 megawatts for solar PV and onshore wind. However, there are also countries which try to incorporate small projects. There are some countries, for example, Croatia, which just introduced an auction and already had one auction round, which was directly targeting only small projects. So there is a large variety in terms of sizes across the European project. The second important thing is technology focus. Mainly, we can see that most of the European auctions focus on solar PV, onshore and offshore wind technologies, with some exceptions. So at some extent, bioenergy is also included in the auction. And in some countries, like some new technologies like concentrated solar power or PV plus storage solutions. However, they are not yet that common like these three major technologies just I listed. And also there is a difference in terms of support schemes, just Vasily introduction, that some countries and most of the countries applying this contractor difference type of remuneration scheme. However, common practice also is one-sided sliding premium in Germany when there is no payback requirement if prices are higher than the awarded price. And also some countries like Lithuania or Denmark are experiencing with fixed premiums. And as a final point, we see significant differences across the level of guarantees. So in most of the auctions, there are documentary and financial pre-qualification criteria set by the auctioneer. However, the extent, for example, which need to be paid as a bid bond are very, very different across the countries. Some countries required quite extensive amount of money to be pay as a guarantee for completing a project. By others, this value can be considered relatively low. And as a final point of this slide, I would like to say a couple of sentences about the effectiveness and the efficiency of the auctions, what we see across Europe. And we see that mainly auctions was a very good tool in order to reduce feed-in tariff prices. So most of the countries, auctions were introduced after administratively set feed-in tariffs, and we see drastic price reductions relative to that. And as you saw on the average prices, we also see that in general prices are decreasing in Europe, support prices. However, it's not the case for all countries. In some countries, technologies reach such maturity that price decrease in a long-term auction prices are no longer observable. So there is some heterogeneity in the countries in these dimensions. Also, in general, we identified that auctions are very competitive. The exemptions are mostly auctions which are focusing on not PV and not solar, not onshore wind and offshore wind technologies. For example, in the biomass auctions are Poland, which are not very competitive, but also some cases like in Germany, onshore wind auctions, it occurred that competition is not reaching one level, so the auction is undersubscribed, meaning that not sufficient projects will be implemented relative to the goal of the auctioneer. And as a final information, currently, unfortunately, very limited information is available about realization rates of the past auctions. However, based on available data, it can be concluded that auctions have a very good realization rates. For solar PV, it's around 80%, for onshore wind, a little bit less. So most of the projects are completed, which were awarded on the auctions. And in my last slide, and I would like to conclude with this introductory presentation, I would like to highlight some new insight and new directions which can be discussed in a greater detail in the panel discussion. So the first issue which came out from the case studies and I would like to highlight is that in many countries, especially for onshore wind, If the technology is mature and there is a lot of deployment, the country may face problems with suitable sizes, which may arise as a problem for future auctions in order to place and enhance the deployment of future onshore wind projects development. Also, in some countries, we identified a good example is Italy, a trade-off between long-term predictability of regulation and auction and poorly performing auction design. Italy is a good example because between 2019 and 2021, 7 consecutive auction rounds were held there, and the rules were set before for all the 7 rounds, but it turned out very early that the rules are not proper, and many auctions were undersubscribed, but the regulator didn't change the rules because of predictability issues, so there can be a trade-off about that. And also an interesting insight that we see that European Union now pushes toward technology neutral auctions. However, this concept is very differently understood by different member states. So there are many ways countries implemented this. In some countries, for example, there are separate technology baskets for auctions where major technologies compete against each other and non-major technologies, while in other countries, all technologies are competing against each other. So there are quite different solutions. And as a final point, 2 future way of auctions I would like to highlight at the very end of my presentation. First, good experience here is Netherlands, where the scope of auctions broadens. So mainly now auctions are focusing on the electricity market. However, there is a possible sector coupling extension of auctions, for example, linking electricity market with heating markets. And this is the case in the Netherlands example, where such auction scheme is applied. And another future possibility for auctions is the case of Portugal. In Portugal, auctions are now not targeting allocation of support because projects there are at such a maturity level that they not anymore require support, but the auction is more focusing on the allocation of scarce grid connection capacities, which may be an issue in other European countries in the near future as well, but I think we will discuss this issue in more detail in the panel discussion. So that was my introductory presentation. Thank you very much for your attention, and I give back the floor to Laszlo.
Thank you very much, Alpha. And then, without further delaying the next presentation, really thanks for the insight which you provided. And I give the floor straight to José Arias Cabrera from the European Commission, from DG Energy, who will make an introduction on the European experience with the renewable auction. So please, José, the floor is yours.
Hello, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you. Thanks.
Yes. Okay, thank you. I'm asking because we had a few technical issues, which apparently we finally managed to sort out. So first, thanks for the invitation to speak in the conference. Just a general disclaimer, here I will speak on my own behalf, so anything that I say cannot necessarily be attributed to DG Ener or the Commission in general. So I'm working now in DG Ener and I'm working dealing with renewables and energy system integration policy. And I will give you a bit of a, rather than auction design, which you know everything about, and also the figures, I will give you a bit of a feeling and a policy kind of point of view, how we see it from the European Commission. In general, I would say that the move to having more auctions and more tendering process in general has resulted in a very positive experience. Actually, I was checking and I mean, the figures I could check is by the end of 2018, more than 100 countries had used auctions to procure renewable energies. Those data from IRENA, and I guess more evidence can be provided later by the other panelists. But, it seems to be, it is a common trend for renewables. And as it was pointed out before, auction allocation through auction can actually help overcome asymmetric information problems and provides other benefits. And in general, I mean, Alpha and previously Vasily have pointed at some of them, like achieving competitive prices, selecting best project technologies, facilitating new entry, and you can adapt the design to the country-specific needs and objective, and more generally has broader implications for development and socioeconomic aims. But some of the conditions required for this to work is that you have a competitive bidding process, which actually there's sufficient competition, and actually, as everyone has pointed out, that market so auction design is properly done. Okay, but so as you know, the current renewable energy directive requires the Commission to, well, first imposes the need of tendering, of auction, of competitive bidding in a non-discriminatory way, and this has to be done most of the times in a technologically neutral manner, unless some of the exceptions which are listed in Article 4.5, and also the state aid guidelines point to a number of exceptions under which technology-specific tenders can be put forward. But generally, what we see from the directive imposes us to report on the performance of these schemes, and that's actually what we are on the way of doing. And we're actually taking stock of the auctions that have taken place since the directive was put in place, and for that we have requested commissioned a study where Alpha and this team and another consultancy have actually worked on, and they have provided an empirical analysis assessing the saving criteria which are listed in the directive, which are to achieve the cost reduction, to achieve technological improvement, achieve high realization rate. From what we have seen, and more or less in general, one can say that the cost reduction has been a success story. The achievement of technological improvement and high realization rates, it's a bit more complex, but in general, I would say it's also a success, because it depends how you establish what's driving one thing or the other, and also it very much depends on the auction design. Then there's other criteria, which is the provision of non-discriminatory participation of all actors, limit environmental impact, ensure local acceptability, ensure security of supply, grid integration, and that very much is going to depend on factors on auction design and on factors which go beyond the auction itself. It's not necessarily linked to the auction, but there are other factors that can actually play. So, I mean, we need to report again to the Parliament and the Council, and the idea is to give a holistic view of how these tender procedures has worked as an instrument to support renewable energies, and the overall impact of these support schemes have had. I mean, at this point in time where we are, I mean, this report is crucial because of the current political context. We've seen, high energy prices. A number of member states have reacted by imposing taxes on inframarginal profits. This is, I mean, the Repower EU communication says that measures should not differentiate between technologies and type of producers. And on the other hand, we have the crisis of Ukraine, and we want to actually have less of a support, less reliance on the invasion of Ukraine. Sorry to say, unfortunately for everyone. And basically, we are seeing a shift on EU's energy supplies from Russian gas and oil. So the deployment of renewables becomes even more important, and there's a need to speed up. And this is highlighted in the Repower EU. So in this context, the report that we will be providing is very important, as we will inform the Parliament and the Council on how effective the tendering support schemes are from these 7 criteria. not just costs and prices, but also in terms of environmental impact, security of supply, technological improvements, and other. And we are lucky that there's been a lot of empirical analysis, which will help us, done by Alpha and his colleagues, that will help us in drafting this report, which in principle is meant to come out in May, but as you know, May is going to be a month of deliverables in many respects. Many communications, many messages from the Commission will come out, so it's still not clear whether it's going to be in May when the report comes out. But what we are seeing is that going forward, auctions will be very important in the deployment of renewables, and so this is the underlying message: is auctions have been very important for the European deployment of renewables, and they will have a very important role to play again going forward. And this is reflected in the state aid guidelines on the SIEC state aid guidelines. And just one thing that we're seeing, and we'll be probably discussing later on, is the issue of permitting. So we've seen that some auctions have actually been undersubscribed, and there's issues in that respect related to permitting. And on the one hand, you have that the current renewables energy directive, it has not been fully transposed by all member states. There were a number of criteria which were imposed, like permitting should take place in less than 2 years. It should be a one-stop shop. And but we are aware of the bottlenecks, and we are working on new guidelines and recommendations on how to solve this issue and to make permitting less of a red tape and help in the fast deployment of renewables. And I'm looking forward to the debate, and I hope I was within the 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Jose, for your contribution. It was really, really interesting and very nice to receive the feedback from the Commission as well. And just looking at the time, I don't spend more time, but I give the floor to One Country Flag from TACON. And you have to know that One Country was participating in many of the policy briefs and reports of the project itself. And what she will present now is the auction design and policy objectives, because it is really, really important for the governments to really have these policy objectives clear, because once it's clear, then the auction design can be clear as well. So with this, I give the floor on Country for your presentation, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Laszlo. I'm going to present today 2 papers. Just look first whether I have control. Yes. The first paper I'm going to present has been submitted already to Energy Policy, and we're like on the way of, we have received a first revision, so we are kind of implementing the revision now and then submitting it again. So the first paper is about really policy objectives. And this is because when you think about policy objectives, the first thing that comes into your mind is like this target that has to be achieved. Like, for example, you want to have 40% of renewable energies in the mix till 2030 or something. But many countries do have even more policy objectives. So, for example, an important one is green growth. And when you implement or when you state those policy objectives, they can be conflicting. So what is an important feature, not only in the field of renewables and climate change, but also in all policy fields, is that you have to have consistent objectives, or if you don't have consistent objectives, you have to do some kind of prioritization to have like a flowing line of policies. So what we want to do with our study is we want to provide some guidance for countries to design those consistent strategies, or to prioritize right, so that you really have tailor-made auctions based on what you have written as your objectives. So we had like kind of 2 research questions. The first one is like more a case study. So what if when countries decided on certain policy objectives, then what did they choose as design elements, and then the more important one is if the strategies and auction designs are really aligned and fitting to one another, or whether they can be improved to improve the auction results even more. So a first step was that we collected the policy objectives in the AURES laws of all EU member states plus the UK, and we have them grouped into 6 categories, the ones being effectiveness, system cost efficiency and support cost efficiency, green growth, security of supply, and actor diversity. And then we theoretically derived a relation. So for example, if you want support cost efficiency, this might not be too good with actor diversity, because if you have actor diversity, you have a diverse field, level playing field of many different bidders, and those bidders might not be the most cheapest ones. So then we checked whether the stated policy objectives of the countries were actually consistent or not. Based on that, and we derived the effects of various design elements on the objectives. So if like for ceiling price, for example, is good for effectiveness or not. And then we again had a look at what design elements the country did choose and whether they were consistent. And an important thing again here to mention is that auctions are not a panacea. They cannot do everything at once. So you have really to prioritize the objectives before designing an auction. Otherwise, this doesn't mean that you have a bad auction, not at all, but it just means that you might not fulfill those objectives you were really looking into, but more like mistakenly fulfill others. And the results of our study are actually pretty okay. So 9 out of the 20 countries we analyzed choose really consistent objectives in the first place, and even more than that, 13 out of 20 countries designed their auctions according to their objectives. That is, either they had a pretty easy job because they had aligned objectives, or they actually prioritized right. So as I said, that's the first paper which we had on those policy objectives, but the outcomes of those auctions, for example, for green growth, are not easily to measure. And one thing that is or can easily be measured is actually the efficiency or the auction prices. And that's why we did a second paper, an empirical paper, which has been accepted in this special issue for energy policy. So this will be published shortly, hopefully. And yeah, as I said, we look here at the static efficiency because that is one of the most prominent policy objectives countries stated. Next to effectiveness, that means high realization rates. But in effectiveness, we heard from Alpha before that are not disclosed too much. So yeah, we had kind of problem with getting those data. And furthermore, in the literature, there have been more quantitative or econometric analysis focused on effectiveness before. And all the other literature mostly focuses on case studies, as Alpha presented, which are important, of course. But what we did also to have an additional view angle is that we did a quantitative analysis of the drivers of the AURES auction prices. That means we use the auction database and then quantitatively analyze those. And we wanted to answer the question of which design elements actually lead to different auction outcomes in terms of auction prices. As our main input, we had, of course, the AURES2 database, which our colleagues already collected. Thanks for that. And also we had data from Eurostat, which are the RE shares. So overall, we had 200 auctions from over 200 auctions from 16 countries, and the time frame was 2012 to 2020. Of course, this was a rather unbalanced data set with repeated values. So you can see, for example, here, there have been a lot of auctions going on in France or in Germany, for example. We then conducted a panel data analysis with country and time fixed effects, because the country effects, those capture effects that are really country specific and time invariant. For example, if you think of weather conditions, they are pretty different in countries. For example, in Spain, it's different weather than in the UK. So you have, or like market characteristics, which are really country unique, and those are captured by country fixed effects. And then we also had the time fixed effects, which are effects that are the same or more or less the same over all countries, but not in time. For example, declining technology costs, those affect projects in different countries pretty much the same. So we thought to include those time fixed effects. And then as a result, I'm going to shortly present a few results here. So please keep in mind that we only here look at support cost efficiency. That means lowest award prices. We don't look at other goals or other objectives because that might lead to different results. But if you just look at the support cost efficiency, then we advise policymakers that they first avoid the restriction of auctions to only small scale projects, because those tend to be the most or those tend to be more expensive than larger projects. Then the second thing is to implement a ceiling price so that prices don't get too high, even if in cases of low competition, for example. Then there is a rather interesting interaction effect between multi-technology auctions and the size of projects. So if you have multi-technology auctions limited to small-scale projects, those are pretty expensive. But in contrast, if you have multi-technology auctions for large-scale projects, those are favorable than technology-specific projects for large-scale projects. So that this is a kind of interesting interaction. And the same in the size of project is if you take a look at the technology per se. So if you have a PV auction, it's better to have like small scale PV auctions, but in auctions for large scale projects, wind onshore tends to perform better. So this is also to be kept in mind when designing an auction, and you think about, okay, for which bidder group, so to say, so for which technology and for which project sizes do I want to have this auction actually. Then, of course, if you want to have low prices, you should avoid quotas. Quotas are nice for other things, but not for prices. And what is also pretty carefully to actually be implemented is the realization period, because you should either go for really short realization periods with financial pre-qualifications, or if you decide to have a really long realization period, so a long time before you actually have to implement this, then you should go with no financial pre-qualification. Again, if you just want to have low prices. And of course, since in multi-criteria auctions, there are other factors as only the price. Multi-criteria auctions tend to increase prices as well. And interestingly, based on the data, we didn't find any evidence that flexibility do have such for like changing your project slightly after award. This doesn't seem to have any significant impact on the prices, as well as we couldn't find any significant effect of different remuneration schemes, that is feed-in premium and the CFD. So that was actually a pretty short presentation of our results, and thank you very much for your attention, and I give back to Laszlo.
Thank you very much, Ann-Catherine, and I have to say that I'm amongst the few which had the chance to read this paper, but it's very good that it will be published, so the others will have a chance as well to read it, because these are very, very, very interesting insights to the auctions. And with this, I would like to give the floor to the fourth participant in the section, Diala Avila from IRENA. And what you will focus on actually, it's on the international experience with renewable auctions and with some insight on the social economic impact of renewable auctions. And really thank you very much, Diala, for not only accepting the participation here, but your full support over the whole project lifetime. So it's really nice that we had you in the project with your help. And I would like to emphasize that the choice of having IRENA here is not by accident, because you are one of the leading institutes really focusing on renewable auctions, and not only on European one, but mainly on the international experience. So the floor is yours for your contribution.
Thank you, Laszlo, and thank you for the kind words and for the invitation. Irina is very happy to support in any way we can, and we are also a bit sad to see this project ending, but we are sure that we will continue collaborating in one way or another on this topic or any other topic. So congratulations for this all this work. We have benefited a lot from your work, and we have left the analysis of auctions in Europe up to you, and we managed to focus on the rest of the world. So thank you and congratulations again. And just to pick up on what Anne-Catherine was talking about, so the analysis of auction design elements to support lowest price is very important. And at IRENA, we have also continued analyzing design elements to achieve objectives beyond price, because this is one of the main things that we like to target in our analysis. As you mentioned also, Laszlo, the socioeconomic impacts are very important to us because we always talk about the just and inclusive energy transition. So we look at how auctions can be designed to support that objective, among others. So just going through the objectives that we look at more closely, one of them is ensuring project completion and performance, because as we all know, auctions may lead to underbidding and projects not performing well. So this is one of the objectives that we look at, and how to design an auction to achieve that objective. But here I would like to also stress that a project's performance and completion is not only related to the design auction or the choice of the auction in general, it also relates to broader environment, the whole enabling environment, permitting procedures and other conditions in a country that we also look at and provide recommendations on. An important objective, as we mentioned, is the socioeconomic impacts and how we can design auctions to achieve those goals. And when we talk about socioeconomic impacts, we talk about job creation. We talk about developing local industries in areas where we do not have such industries, to ensure that the country benefits mostly from this energy transition. We look at community benefits for the communities that are hosting renewable energy projects. We look at locating projects in areas that have not received the same level of business opportunities or development opportunities as other areas in the same country. So those are some of the socioeconomic development goals that we look at. One very important objective that we are looking at is system integration. So as the shares of renewables continue increasing in electricity mixes all over the world, how do we design auctions to support the system integration, looking at all the design elements and how they can be selected to support that? And I will talk about some of the design elements in a minute. More and more, we're looking at auctions to address risks, because we are moving into countries that are very new to renewables, or where it is very risky to invest in projects in general, but renewables in particular. But it's not so. This work started in by looking at the African context in general, but now we are looking at it from a different perspective. With the pandemic and with the reduced prices, we saw an impact on projects, and now we are seeing the opposite impact, of course. We also looked at, we are also now looking at the disruptions in supply chains and how they impact project completion, delays, and performance. So for example, projects that were awarded when certain costs of commodities and raw materials were at a certain price, and now that we see the prices hiking globally, how does that impact projects that were awarded through auctions, and where does this responsibility lie? So we always look at the risk allocation, because we say obviously that the risks are better taken by the stakeholders, better to absorb those risks. So who can absorb the risks of increasing commodity prices and supply chain disruptions when it comes to project completion? So having said that, and going back to the increasing or reducing prices of electricity, also we have just as work in parallel in IRENA. We look at this, how the organizational structures of power sectors that are conducive for high shares of renewable energy. So sometimes we see low shares of low prices of electricity that touch developers or generators, and we see how it impacts them negatively because of low prices. But now we are also seeing high prices and how we are seeing windfall profits. So at IRENA, we look at reorganizing power sectors in order to make them more suitable for an energy system that is based on renewables. I think I have exhausted my 5 minutes, but just very quickly, just to sum it all up and how we do that. So at IRENA, we have our own framework for classifying design elements of auctions. And when it comes, for example, to auction demand, is what we are auctioning and who is responsible for it. We have seen, for example, in Latin America, a lot of interesting examples of how auctions are being conducted to support system integration. For example, we see also hybrid auctions more and more taking place, like, for example, in India. Just going back to Latin America, the blocks in Chile were very useful for matching the generation with the demand. Qualification requirements were already touched upon, so I will not go back to that. Winner selection criteria also, as Katrine mentioned, selecting based on the price only can lead to the lowest price, but also we can look at multi-criteria selection that also looks at socioeconomic impacts, like, for example, in Morocco and South Africa, or that looks at system integration. Going also just touching very quickly on risk allocation and how, for example, the project performance bonds, we saw, for example, in the case of Japan, low ceiling prices together with high completion bonds reduced the participation to auctions, which ultimately always impacts the price. And obviously we don't get very low prices when we don't have competition. So just also looking forward, and just one example from Germany that we like to highlight is the use of auctions beyond renewable energy contracting. We are seeing, as AURES has started on green hydrogen, and this is also something that IRENA plans to pick up on. But also we saw an interesting case in Germany of auctioning the decommissioning of coal power plants that we thought is also very interesting for a just and inclusive energy transition. And we plan to pick up on that in our broader work to support a just transition or socioeconomic benefits. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your, I mean, that you kept the time as well. And unfortunately, we have only some 15 minutes left for the panel discussion. And I've seen that there was one question coming from the audience. So maybe the best thing is to start with this question. And then I might like to cover maybe one or two issues as well. And if I look at the question, and I would like maybe to summarize it a bit because it's a bit longer, but what actually William Marco was writing here is that what we have done up till now is rather backward-looking analysis. And what he said, the problem is the world had totally changed. LCOE must not rise. Sorry, operating expenditure, equipment suppliers are losing money. And sorry, I did maybe because I don't see the last part of the question, but then I might be able to come. It's a bit strange, the window. It doesn't show me the last part of the question, probably the most important one. Maybe, Vasily, can you help me? Because with the question, I only see the first part.
I think the main question is given, or maybe it's easier if the person asking the question, I can unmute him, Mr. Mackey, William Mackey.
Thank you very much, Vasily.
Okay.
Listen, thank you everyone for your very interesting presentation. Much appreciated. I'm fascinated how we're at a situation in practical reality where the policymakers' objectives for introduction of more renewable into the system are massive, but the supply side across solar and onshore wind on the OE side is struggling with very low prices on historic PPAs, which reflect success in the auction system historically, and at the same time, some of the existing developers are living with the challenge of historically priced PPAs, but facing rising capital and finance costs. So that the question, it's created a blockage. It seems policy objective is disconnected from the supply side of the industry and the financial metrics which would normally incentivize investment. So something needs to change to clear the blockage. We are seeing, for example, in onshore wind markets, declining order acceptance at a time when we should be expecting it to rise. So the policy structures and the auction structures are not sufficiently designed at this point to allow the right risk sharing across the value chain, and therefore to encourage development of investment in the supply base and to encourage investment into the equipment for the developers. So, I mean, we've got two things basically happening: a rapid rise in levelized cost of energy driven by rising capital and finance costs, and a constrained supply side. So what can the auction processes do to encourage or accelerate this risk sharing that needs to take place, and to allow for what is perhaps an unprecedented change in the direction of levelized cost of energy for many renewables? Since the beginning of time in this industry, levelized cost of energy has declined. Today, it is not. There is a real fundamental change, and policy needs to incorporate that to allow the objectives to succeed. And I think Diala captured that partly in some of her comments about emerging market auction design, but how are we going to achieve that in Europe, and what ideas could you bring to the table and to policymakers for their May deliveries that they could begin to incorporate into the system to allow supply side developers, capital and equipment suppliers to accelerate to help the objective goals? I hope that's clear.
Yeah, thank you very much, Miriam, for the question. What I would like to say is that I think in the next panels we'll touch upon on this issue in more details, but I would like to invite the panelists, if you have any answer already or any things which you would like to tell to William's answer to that. So maybe Diana, if you can start.
Yes, thank you. It's a very important question, and we are just now starting to analyze this aspect. But with auctions, there's always this trade-off or this problematic question about sticking to the contracts and making them reliable and transparent, and just sticking to them, and then adjusting them according to continuing market conditions that continue to change. Of course, a lot of what has happened in the past year or two was not expected, but it's not the last time that something unexpected happens and changes the course of policies. But there is always going to be this dilemma between going back and revising costs or revising prices and renegotiating contracts. It's a trade-off between or making them solid and continuing with them, and then managing according to those contracts. Just going back at the way we look at policies, just a bit more in a more general term. This is why at IRENA we always stress on the fact that we should not look at deployment policies, like for example the auction, as just a deployment policy on its own. It should always be part of the broader policy framework that considers the interaction between the energy system, the economy, the society as a whole, and also looking at the broader conditions. So this is why when we design our deployment policies, like designing auctions, we should always take into consideration the different macroeconomic conditions or contexts before we design them according to only lowest price, or notwithstanding other conditions or objectives.
Thank you very much, Diala. Any other thought about the question which was raised?
Yeah, just a very quick comment. In my view, the situation is a bit more positive than it was described in the question. So, with respect to the LCOEs, I think it's quite right that in the long term if we look at the long-term evolvement of LCOE values, we see a general decrease. However, even in earlier times, there were cases when some kind of short-term increase were present as a result of some market factors or increased installation costs, which if we look at a long-term horizon, of course, it was not very relevant increase, but it was present earlier in the time. So I'm not totally convinced that what we see is a general tendency of increasing LCOEs in the future. That will remain to be seen and further analysis is needed on that topic, but I wouldn't state for sure that now the time has come for increasing LCOEs. With respect to your other questions, which is auction prices, and you also introduced merchant project prices. In general, I think that in auctions, good pricing is at some extent, if the design is good, is incorporated, because it's a competitive procedure. So if everybody is facing higher prices, then in an auction it would surely result, if it properly designs, that after some point when it becomes unbearable, then bidders will bid higher because they couldn't cover their costs. So in this sense, I think I trust a little bit more in this market anticipation. So if we see long-term price changes, I think auction design in general are a good tool to account for this change. Of course, what you highlighted is absolutely relevant and necessary. So, and that will be the next panel where Lena and his team are more expert in this question on how to share risks among project participants. So I wouldn't go into this detail now because they have more deeper analysis on this topic, and hopefully they will satisfy your question in this sense in this next panel discussion.
Thank you, Alpha. Anyone else?
Perhaps, Eva, I could just add, I mean, I fully share what Diala and Alpha just said, which are certainly more experienced than I am. But the other thing is, when you think about the past in other sectors, think about the crisis of '73, in oil crisis, that led to massive amounts of shift in the way we're using energy, and ultimately this triggers innovation. Ultimately, you're talking about cost increase, increased cost, and ultimately the way to go about that is to push the boundaries further and to innovate further, and that is one way, one of the issues that you know, the fierce competition results on. So in additional innovation, there's quite some literature in the respect, and I would expect, or I hope at least, that this crisis is actually pushing that. I mean, the you know, the current situation and the higher the cost ultimately will lead to innovation pushing cost down again.
Thank you very much, Jose. Maybe just one intervention from my side as well, that I absolutely agree with William. If we are having a look at what we are facing in the coming next years, considering the REPowerEU targets, that it's not only the target which we have seen 1 or 2 years ago, but even further increased and even bring it forward. So very steep increase even in the coming years. We have to make sure that the supply side is there as well. So it's not only the bidders are bidding in their projects, but the project will be realized. And then it was emphasized by Alpha as well, and I would like to draw the attention as well that there is a bit of delay between auctions and realization rate information. That would be very important to see if we see problems, because that's an indicator, a barometer. If we see reducing realization rate, it might be one impact that the supply side, the manufacturing is facing problems here. However, we'll have to see it over the long term as well, and how it will evolve. And there is missing information here. And just looking at the clock, and looking at the same time to Vasily whether we should stop here. Maybe we can stop here and just be on time with the other parts of the conference, and I'm pretty sure that some of the questions which I was mentioned before, that the high price environment and the socio-economic impacts will be touched upon on the next field. Mainly, if you have a look at the agenda in the last presentation, when we are focused on the future of auctions, I think these issues will come back. So maybe the best thing is to just follow the timeline, and I would give back the floor to Vasily, and I would like to really thank all the participants, Diana, Jose, Alpha, and Ann-Catherine for the very nice contribution, and really thanks for being on time with your contribution, and thank you very much, William, for your questions as well. So I give the floor back to Vasily, and then let's continue with the planned program of today.
Thank you very much, Laszlo, and thanks to all the participants, presenters. Thank you very much for your contributions. Thank you for answering this very interesting question. And as Laszlo already mentioned, I think the question by William was pretty good because it highlights already or gives us an idea what's going on. So William, I can give you the advice, stay with us. The next panel focuses on the impact of auctions, more general sense, on the financing conditions and the renewable energy supply chain. And there we'll have our experts dedicated to this topic. And of course, as Laszlo mentioned, the last session will be about this higher increase of ambition, and there we will discuss the impact on the supply and of course on the prices and everything. So without further ado, let's go to the next session, which will be headed by my colleague, Lena Kitzing from DTU. And Pablo is here as well. Hi.
Hi, there you go.
Hi, hello.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very happy that we have this final conference of the AURES project here today, and we have put together an exciting hour in which we want to discuss the impacts of auctions. Yeah, and as Vasily said, I'm Lena Kitzing. I'm moderating this session for the next hour, and I'm also going to start out with a short presentation, and that is because I have been leading the work package on the impact of auctions on financing conditions and cost of capital. And one of the things that we have developed in that work package is an understanding of how important it is to design auctions so that they minimize risk or create a stable risk situation for the investors or the bidders in the auction. And we'll get a little bit into detail with that. So I will present some of the results that we had in this work package. And then I would like to give the word to Dominic Ruderer, who is speaking with us from the European Investment Bank on some experiences with financing of renewable energy projects for 5 minutes. And then Pablo, we will move on, going a little bit into a higher perspective, moving on into the supply chain and impacts of auctions around the overall renewable energy sector. So that will be done by my fellow colleague, Pablo, from our AURES project. And then we will have a second speaker, Heike Wilster from the Spanish Wind Energy Association, to inform us a little bit on the impacts of auctions in Spain. And then we will have approximately 25 minutes, if we are optimistic, for the panel discussion. All right, so I have been told that that I have access to the or control over the slides. I will see if that is
now you should have control.
Okay, good. Well, I didn't bring a lot of slides. We have tried to summarize most of our work. Just to give you an overview of what we have done, where all these conclusions and insights come from. We have had quite a large work package in AURES 2, where we done several different things. Most of them were quantitative analysis, a little bit of quantitative analysis as well. But so the biggest thing that we did is we made a large survey on cost of capital for solar and wind projects. Within the project, we conducted 93 semi-structured interviews across all member states and the EU with different types of stakeholders, bankers, project developers, investors, and experts. And in addition to that, we actually also conducted about 20 interviews through a PhD project that was associated with our work package. And so we added those into the pool of knowledge as well. And some of these were actually quite a long qualitative interview, so that we also could understand the reasons behind the numbers a little bit better. We then created this database on different costs of capital for different countries and different auction schemes, merged that together with the auction database that was done in the work package 2, I think, and then could create an econometric analysis on the factors affecting cost of capital. So they were on several different levels. And after that, we created a cash flow model where we could estimate on the one side expected bid prices for different projects and technology categories for all the countries and their specific situations in those countries. And then also looked into, so first of all, the effect of different financing conditions on auctions, especially focusing on remuneration schemes. So which pricing model was used in the auctions, and then the effect on support costs that would be associated with that. So we did a lot of quantitative modeling exercise to end up with policy conclusions. So if we go to the next slide, yeah. In a nutshell, we say that low-risk auction design, there is no one-size-fits-all. It takes the local financing conditions of the developers into account and then tries to minimize the unnecessary risks for bidders. We think it's quite important to remember that good auction design does not shield bidders from all risk. This is not our effort here, and this is not relevant either. Depending on the market we are operating in, it can be quite mature, so it can be actually reasonable to allocate risks to bidders if they are not unreasonable. So we advocate for that. It should help the bidders. The auction design should help bidders to correctly assess and address the risks that are involved in participating in the auction. And we have done many different categorizations of how the risk looks like and where these risks occur. It would take too much time to go through them today, but they're all published on the website and our reports, and I'm also happy to talk about it later on. For me, today, it should suffice to only go the next step further to the conclusions on the auction design that we have. And yeah, we try to summarize them in these 6 points. So the first, yes, we found through our analysis that auctions can significantly impact financing conditions. That was not quite clear when we started out. We even didn't know in which direction the impact would be. Would it lower cost of capital? Would it increase it because it increased risks? It can affect financing conditions. It can also help stabilize financing conditions. We have also understood that cost of capital does, of course, not only depend on the support policies, but also many other external factors. And in fact, country risk and other factors are a larger driver of cost of capital than auction designs. So we always should have that in mind. Then the second point is policymakers can actually do something about these risks that stemming from the auction. So they can create low risk investment environments by choosing designs in auctions that ease financing conditions, and therewith they can have an influence on decreasing cost of capital. And how does that look like? The most effective way of influencing cost of capital and improving financing conditions is via the debt side. So we found in our modeling that a focus on de-risking on the debt side delivers the largest reductions in cost of capital, and then also support costs in the end. And this can be done through increasing of tenure, so the duration of the loans, and also the debt size, so increasing the debt capacity of projects, and also interest margins that the banks are taking can be decreased. And this is mainly done through revenue stabilization mechanisms, such as we can see in CFDs, sliding premiums if they have floors, if they provide firm floors. So these are very effective ways of de-risking debt. Then another important factor that we found is that sufficiently large volumes need to be auctioned out. In multi-year auction schedules, there needs to be a long-term visibility of what's coming and a stability in order for bidders to build up portfolios, reduce cost of capital, and allowing economies of scale. And when having these long-term schedules, we can also reduce allocation risk and qualification risks. And that is quite straightforward. If there are several auction rounds announced in the future, if you're not being allocated in the first auction round, you can still participate in the second auction round with your project. And even if you didn't qualify, you can always do something about your project. So that can help a lot on these risk considerations by the bidders. Overall, we found that certain ideas around auction design elements that have something to do with the qualifications, so material pre-qualifications, bid bonds, so financial pre-qualifications for entering the auction, bank guarantees and the like, and also penalties. Changing anything in the auction designs there does not create significant impact on financing conditions and support cost reductions. We could otherwise have imagined some impacts through, for example, lower equity return requirements because of risk decreases when relaxing requirements, but we could not find evidence for that. Instead, what we found is that actually relaxing those criteria could create unwanted effects, such as lower project realization rates. So all of these safeguards are put in place to ensure certain policy objectives, and obviously these should not be compromised by this low-risk auction design considerations. And finally, what I just want to mention is we also found, especially through the interviews, that there might be a walk-away effect in auctions. And we've also seen that play out in several auctions in Europe, is that instead of accepting, you can say, lower or worsened financing conditions in the auctions, or if there is too much pressure, if some certain designs put too much pressure on bidders in the auctions, instead of bidding into the auction with a higher price, so instead of pricing in the risk in the auction, they might just not participate. And that is, of course, an undesired outcome. In the auction design, we would like to have as much competition as possible, as much interest as possible by the industry. So this is something to take into account. And we've seen that more and more. If the design is perceived unfavorable or with an inadequate risk-return profile, we might see a lower participation in the auction. And this is something to keep an eye on and probably also to further investigate. That was some of the learnings that we had. So I think we do not have planned in any short Q&As either, but we will take it as in the other sessions into the panel debate. So if you have any questions, please put them already into the chat, and we can talk about them later on. I will also be part of the panel. And with having said this, I would like to give the word to Dominic Ruderer, who's already here. Welcome. As I mentioned before, Dominic is representing the European Investment Bank here, and I'm sure he has a lot to say about his experience with financing of renewable energy projects. Welcome.
Thank you, Lena. I'm delighted to be invited to this conference. It's also a topic close to my heart. I actually have only sent my slides 1 minute prior to Vasily. If you could maybe put them up. I mean, it's actually only one slide that's important. Perfect. I have more than one slide, but one that is important. So my name is Dominic Ruderer. I work for the European Investment Bank. First of all, I'm not a banker. I'm an energy economist working for the bank, and half of my time I dedicate basically on project due diligence. Now, due diligence is not what a commercial bank does. We look at it, let's say, a bit more holistically, because we are a public policy-driven bank with policy-driven objectives and a not-for-profit. Our due diligence goes basically beyond that what a commercial bank would do. And what I typically do, I look at the regulatory and the market side, so the revenue side of the project, and whether economically and financially it makes sense. And the other half of my time I spent on things like this. I look currently a lot on the support scheme design, but even more so on PPA markets. So I'm happy to talk about this topic because it's very close to my heart, so to say. I will use 1 minute just on the EIB and why looking at support schemes is important for the EIB. So we are the EU bank, or the EU's climate bank. We are owned by the 27 EU member states, and we are based in Luxembourg. We are a lender, so we provide debt to projects. And of course, in our lending objectives, we are driven by EU policies. So basically everything we do should in principle support EU policies. Last year, we almost lent 100 billion euros to the European economy. And this is almost 50% higher than what we usually do, and it was due to COVID. And of those 100 billion, 14 billion were to the energy sector. That's quite standard. Last year it was higher than usually, but not 50% higher. And of that, again, last year went 5.7 billion to renewable energies. The other two big buckets are energy efficiency and power networks. We are not, so we are strongly committed to a carbon neutral EU by 2050. We have very ambitious climate action targets, and we phased out our lending to unabated fossil fuel projects in 2019. Support to renewables is, of course, at the center of our strategy, but we also, in particular, want to support projects that are integrated into the wider power market. So all kind of fancy support schemes are very much in the center of what we want to do. If you could please flip the next slide. So on a high level, what do we do? As I said, we are one of the biggest lenders to renewable energy projects in the EU. In 2021 alone, we provided 15% of the sector's financing needs. So when you compared the investment in the EU renewable energy sector and our share, it was 15%, not the debt share, but the overall share, roughly. I mean, depending on data source, but let's say between 10 and 20%. So a majority of renewable energy projects financed by the EIB still enjoys public support, typically through a market-based support mechanism as required under the Renewable Energy Directive. And compliance with EU law is a requirement for EIB financing, so we couldn't finance projects that are not aligned with the EU acquis. But we also see an increasing share of unsubsidized projects that can be observed. To be frank, in those 5 years I've been working for EIB, I have not seen on my desk a single large-scale solar PV project that was under a support scheme. So all of those I have done were basically covered by corporate PPAs and were unsubsidized. I don't want to say that, I mean, for the last 2 years, I think all of those we've actually done were unsubsidized, but generally in solar, we see it far more. I put on the slide with the future trend being unclear. So I see arguments for both sides, having even more unsubsidized projects, but also their share going down. And we are still financing some projects with feed-in tariffs, so very traditional, but it's typically grandfathered feed-in tariffs. So why are support schemes important for the bank? First of all, in some cases, like look at offshore wind, they are just linked to the project. Without support scheme, there's no project, so it's linked to the concession. Secondly, they impact the project's financial sustainability. So without support, a lot of projects might not be financially sustainable. And thirdly, they provide crucial de-risking for a bank. And as a bank, we don't like risk, so we don't like revenue risk, and the support scheme might be key for that. On the next slide, my main slide, I have some practical observations from as I called it, from a policy-driven bank. It's kind of random, but I just tried to put down those 5 observations we as a team really had over the last years, in which I thought are important. They are observations on the risks. We are a public policy-driven bank. So on the one hand, I put down risks that are really risks from the financial perspective, but also risks to policy. So I took a very wide approach. I hope this is okay for today. So first, of course, site preparation and grid connection. As we can see in offshore wind, it has become best practice that governments basically pre-developing the site, are de-risking it. This has a major impact also for us as a major offshore wind lender on the risk profile of that project. And in our view, also brings down the cost of capital considerably. The second point is auction qualification criteria. What do I mean by it? I mean the qualification requirements in order to participate in an auction. We see basically 2 extremes in Europe. There are some countries that have very low requirements in order to participate in an auction. In some cases, you even don't need a project, and some very strong ones. But what we also see when you have very low pre-qualification requirements, that the attrition rate is very low. I mean, there are a lot of projects that are just not happening. We saw this in the 2016 auction in Spain, that many of those developers we were talking to with on paper huge portfolios never went along. Then the point on low revenues or high market risk due to overly aggressive bidding, which is potentially also linked to the topic of pre-qualification requirements. So we saw in some auctions, but this is not only in Spain, but also in other markets, in many markets actually, that there's very aggressive bidding behavior. And it's typically in markets either if there's no pre-qualification requirements or very low ones. If there's a one-sided market premium scheme, so I mean basically the Dutch and the German offshore wind projects that are event full merchant are basically just a result of, in my view, of auction design and aggressive bidding behavior. But it also might happen in CFD schemes if the tenor is either very short, so that the developer forgoes basically the revenues on the first years of this project, or if there's a cap on the repayments. We saw this in the most recent Danish offshore wind auction, where basically I didn't see that when I first looked at it, but that basically the aggressive bidding made out of a CFD project a full merchant project. So what is the result? Low revenues and potentially a high level of risk, which has potentially an adverse impact on, first of all, the implementation probability. So there might be a lot of projects that are not implemented. Ultimately, it also might have an adverse impact on project cost, because the cost of capital goes up, and Lena just emphasized this a lot. Also on project quality, you might just deliver lower quality project. And what we see in those markets also, that they are quickly flipped over from the developer. So also we see a lot of prepayment events in many cases, but we also have potentially adverse impacts on the entire supply chain. So you squeeze the developer, you squeeze the manufacturer. That might be beneficial on a single project, but might not be beneficial in the long term given the very ambitious targets. And the fourth one is something that has come across my desk actually only over the last 2 years or so. As we see that market-based support schemes have become the norm across the EU. So in the past, I mean, to make it very specific, looking at Eastern Europe, in the past we have seen a lot of feed-in tariffs. These days we see a lot of CFDs. These power markets are in many cases, not in all cases, but in many cases smaller. They might have suffered from a higher level of market concentration. So the liquidity of the short-term markets might be not as high, and projects really face the issue of short-term market risks. So there might be no liquid balancing markets, and this in some cases really prevents independent developers to develop a project on a non-recourse finance basis, because no bank will take this risk. And this is still something we don't know how to tackle from a lending perspective. So how basically the easiest way is to ask for a physical PPA underlying the CFD, or if it's unsubsidized just for a physical PPA. I personally don't know if this is a too strict requirement. I would also be interested in your views if you have any, but this is certainly we are thinking about. And the last one is not really bank related, it's more public policy related. We are doing a lot of work about private offtake agreements, about PPAs, and what our thoughts are on this, that the increased renewable energy targets potentially have an adverse impact on market revenues. Of course, it's a market design question, but given that everything else stays constant, higher renewable energy penetration should lead to lower revenues. So widespread public support might become, again, a necessity for those projects to reach the targets. But this might lead to a situation that private PPAs are crowded out of the market. We don't see this as something new, but we see that in some of the member states where there are generous 20-year CFDs available, that the PPA market is not really gaining traction. We also don't think that that the PPA market is a means in itself, but it certainly has some benefits. So, but we are currently discussing a lot with member states, and I also know that it's discussed within AURES how to design support schemes in a way that they don't crowd out PPAs. I spoke too long, sorry for that, but I hope that was the expected intervention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dominic. It was very interesting, and I hope we can, continue the discussion as well later on. Everyone, again, if you have immediate comments or questions for Dominic's presentation, please put them into the chat, and we will take it up later in the session. And now I would like to welcome Pablo Del Rio, our colleague from the AURES 2 project, and he will give a 10-minute intervention on the impact of auctions on the renewable energy sector, so the supply chain part.
Okay, can you hear me? Great, thanks a lot, Lena. Yes, I'm Pablo Del Rio. I belong to the Spanish National Research Council, which is the largest research organization in Spain. I will talk today about the impact of auctions on the renewable energy sector. Basically, what we have done, we analyzed 3 impacts of auctions here. So I will go with the first one. It's on the renewable energy value chains. Then we also analyze renewable energy communities and technological innovation. Regarding the first one, well, the objective here was to focus on market concentration in this sector. So basically, the impact of auction design elements on the number of firms and their diversity, meaning small actors. Of course, with respect to other factors, and focusing on 2 stages of the value chain, project developers and equipment manufacturers. These are some of the, we consider a wide range of design elements. These are some of the ones we consider, or most relevant ones we consider. Basically, pre-qualification requirements, the issue of technological neutrality versus technological specificity, project size, the system of schedule, and well, other aspects as well. What we did was to carry out structured interviews with key experts following an expert elicitation approach during March and July 2020, focusing on these two stages and 4 technologies: onshore wind, offshore wind, solar PV, and CSP. The case studies were carried out in Spain and in the UK, but also outside of the EU. At the time, this was in 2020, as I said, so Peru and South Africa were also covered here. And well, the results of our analysis basically lead to two types of conclusions. One of them are relevant or affect the impact of design elements on this topic. So we found out that design elements indeed can have a marked effect on the number and diversity of both project developers and component manufacturers. And well, we found out that design elements broadly tend to affect the value chains of the 4 considered countries in quite similar ways. And the most relevant design elements in this context, so the ones that are affecting the number and diversity of firms and therefore market concentration, were the frequency of auction rounds, the existence or not of a transparent schedule of auctions, and pre-qualification requirements. The second type of questions is related to the importance of auctions and their design elements with respect to other factors. Here we found that I mean, auctions are not the major determinant of this topic of the number and diversity of firms. There are other country specific contexts and other factors as well, which I mean, basically I went through this slide, but it should have remained in the previous one, but it's okay. Well, basically these policy framework conditions, these context conditions relate to the existence of long-term targets, their ambition, of course, and the issue of regulatory stability. But there are others, such as, for example, obtaining the necessary administrative permits, which can be you know, a bottleneck for the project. So auction and their design elements are not the main aspect there. We also carry out, well, actually my colleagues from Guidehouse also carried out an analysis of auctions on renewable energy communities, or what we call RECs. Apart from issues regarding the relevance of RES, definitional issues, they were focused on the challenges for RECs and to participate in auctions, and also some measures that to encourage such participation. Regarding the challenges, it was found out that auction-related risk pose a strong challenge to energy community project developers due to their limited project portfolio and also to their limited size. Risks are higher compared to non-community actors due to several aspects. I mean, these are published in a report. There, I would say there are broadly 2 types of measures that can be adopted to facilitate the participation of RES. Some are measures inside the auction, for example, preferred auction rules, citizen participation bonus, and others are measures outside the auction, which include, for example, a guarantee fund. Some lessons are obtained from the analysis, you know, and basically these are 2. On the one hand, measures within the auction can facilitate participation, of course, but come up at the expense of, or may come at the expense of market distortion. And measures outside of the auction interfere less with the auction, but maybe at odds with overall transition to auctions. So this was for the, whoops, yeah. Okay, this was for the second theme, and then we address a third theme, which is the impact of auctions on technological innovation, where we as our starting point was that auctions can have an indirect impact on innovation in renewable energy technologies through their effects on the diffusion of these technologies, and basically through their impact on equipment manufacturers. So the focus was on this type of actor, the equipment manufacturers, and also we focus rather on private R&D investments. And well, an analytical framework was developed here on the mechanisms linking technological innovation auctions and their design elements. Basically, using, I mean, we arrive on some research propositions, and we tested them, kind of tested them. I mean, reached a testing of these propositions through an exploratory study, which was based on literature reviews and basically, and also based on stakeholder consultations. So this was the analytical framework. I won't go too much into that. Well, I won't go into that at all because it's, you know, but basically what we came out was with these propositions. And basically, we found out that there is, I mean, the impact of auctions and the design elements of auctions in technological innovation is a complex topic for two reasons, I would say. First, there are several channels through which auctions and design elements can influence technological innovation. And on the other hand, there are many other influences apart from auctions which affect technological innovation. So we found 4 main channels here, of course, through the impact of auctions on profit margins. That was one of them. The existence of a market that is guaranteed by the support scheme, whether auctions or administratively set feed-in tariffs. The impact of the instrument on technological diffusion, deployment as such, and of course, the impact on the competitive pressures faced by manufacturers. There are sometimes opposing effects here, leading to more or less innovation. And I would like to say that auctions are not, I mean, probably not the main influence. Okay, we found that we tend to, since we work in auctions, we tend to think that auctions, you know, influence are the main influence of things, but they are not. There are many other non-policy and policy factors affecting here, having an influence here, which of course they come like the pressure to reduce costs as a result of international competition in a globalized sector. Framework conditions are very important, the existing of long-term and ambitious targets and stability, as in the first topic, and of course public investments in R&D, what we call technology push policies. Yeah, and this is almost it. Yeah, and regarding the design elements that we found more important, these are the ones: the stringency of pre-qualification requirements, whether it's technologically specific or auction or not, the existence of a schedule which allows equipment manufacturers to plan their investments accordingly, and the frequency of auctions, which is a little bit related to the schedule, but it's not exactly the same thing. And this is it. Thanks a lot. I think I was successful in covering the topic on time. So yeah.
Thank you very much, Pablo. Very interesting results. And again, if you have any questions, put them in the chat. And in the meantime, I would like to invite Heike Rifstedt from the Spanish Wind and Energy Association. Hi. To give a 5-minute intervention with your comments on the impacts of auctions in Spain. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Lena, and thank you for the whole AURES project network for inviting us to participate today. It's a pleasure to be with you. And very briefly, because I have 5 minutes, I couldn't agree more with all the findings of the AURES 2 project regarding the pros and cons of auctions. But I want to make a short reflection on the objectives of the European Union and Spain in terms of, if we talk about wind we need to install 30 gigawatts of wind every year in order to comply with the objective of 2030. We are installing less than 15. That means that if we continue with this policy, we will not achieve it. This is totally clear. We cannot double the amount of wind that we are installing every year in the near future with these schemes. I mean, with auctions. This is a big problem. The other problem with achieving the objectives is permitting, which it has been also covered. We have the same problem in Spain. We are achieving maybe half of the gigawatts that we need to install in 2030. And one of the problems is actually auctions, because the problem is that developers are waiting for the auctions as a tool to finance their projects. And in the meantime, there are no installations, just a few installations. Last year, we only installed 800 megawatts, and we should have installed 2.2 gigawatts. And that's a big problem that has to do, one, in terms of design of the auctions. You have already said that, but it's important to reaffirm this issue, is the participant requirements are totally inadequate, because we have anybody can participate, basically. And that means that, and in order for everybody to participate and we have enough competition in the auctions, that means that the schedule for connecting the installations needs to be very long. In this case, the 2021 auctions, the installations have to be built in 2024. And what has happened in the meantime? In the meantime, you have had the war with Russia, but before that we already had the increase in the cost of commodities and the cost of all components of especially in wind, but I guess also in PV. So that means that whatever was awarded in 2021, which in Spain was 25 euros megawatt hour as a CFD and 30 euros megawatt hour in the second auction, might not be enough in order to see the realization of the projects in 2024, because basically nobody is going to sell the turbines at the required price in order to comply with these prices. And this is an important issue that has to do with what Pablo was talking about. We have an important issue, and it's happening already now. In the first quarter of this year, the second and fourth most sold turbines in the European Union were made in China. This has never happened before. That means that we are seeing that our manufacturers are not able to compete with Chinese manufacturers, even if they have to transport the turbines from China to Europe. And that is a big blow to the whole European strategy of development. I mean, the energy transition strategy and the Green Deal, the European Green Deal. We already import all PV panels. Are we going to import all turbines, wind turbines, also from China? What's the point? We are going to change Russia with China, and that's not going to help us much. So we need to make sure that the idea, and I will finish, I don't want to take much more time, I think it's quite provoking already as it is, but the idea that we need to have auctions in order to show low prices has to stop. We need to have auctions, if we want to have auctions, to make sure that we have cheap energy, which are completely different issues. And that cheap energy is made with European labor, European components, European technology, European innovation. And that should be the priority, not to have to show by politicians that we have very low prices at the end of an auction, because that doesn't mean that we are going to have the energy at that price. And that's what is happening already. And just to make a recommendation, if you want to change the auctions to make them more effective, I won't skip the whole auction, but if you want to just auction the floor of the remuneration of installations, and set a ceiling. In that sense, the floor should be enough to finance the project, and the ceiling should be the agreed ceiling for the society, not to pay too much for the energy. So, like for example, 20 euros as a floor to finance the project, and maybe 70, 80 euros as a top in the remuneration, in the income from a wind farm, as a deal with society in order not to get too much, to get over compensated. So in that sense, you let, according to the market, if you want to continue with the marginal market, you let the income of installations to float between the floor. Under the floor, you get a compensation, and the ceiling, which means that you are not going to be too costly for society. In that sense, you don't need to intervene so much, and you get, if you let all the installations that agree to this scheme, let's say 2080 or whatever that you said, then it's easier. You don't have to wait for auctions. You let them just, the moment you have the permits, you install, because otherwise we are never going to get to the objectives in 2030. Certainly, we're not going to pass from 12 gigawatts installed in this last year to 30 gigawatts are supposed to be installed in 2025 every year in the European Union, and not in Spain either. Okay, that was all. I hope I was not too long.
Thank you very much. I think that it is a very interesting intervention, and I'm sure that a lot of people will have comments around that. I think it also reflects very well the journey that we have been on in Europe on the auctions. A lot of things have happened, and when we started out the project about 4 years ago, we started writing the proposal. We wanted to investigate the supply chain effects of the auctions and what happens, and think now we see some of these elements unfolding, which gives food for thought. And on the other hand, I think it also, what you said, it reflects to some extent the journey that we have on. Also, since we started the first AURES project in 2014, I think it was, when this idea of merchant renewable energy was quite distant, and the auctions were without doubt a part of the triggering of the deployment. And now I think what you've said right now, we hear more and more from the industry that they are starting to be a limiting factor. And I think that is, of course, something that we really need to take into consideration, and something we also take very seriously, because this is, of course, not the intention of renewable support schemes, that they should slow down any development. But I think that this maybe directly brings us into the panel discussion, and I'm sure that other people might also have a comment on that. I would like to invite our 2 additional panelists onto the floor, which is Moira Gimeno from Eclarion, and Ana Amazo. Hi, welcome. They have both been part of our AURES project team, and have worked on the financing analysis. I don't know if you both want to just say a couple of words about yourself, so that people know what type of questions they could ask you, and where to place your opinions. Should we start with you, Moira?
Sure. Thank you, Lena. Yes, I was part of the same work package that Lena leads lead it, and we were I worked from Eclarion. I'm a senior project manager to start with, and we were mainly responsible for the survey we did on the weighted average cost of capital, the cost of debt, and the cost of equity for wind power and solar energy in all member states plus UK.
Thanks, Moira. Hi, this is Ana Amazo. I'm a managing consultant at Guidehouse, and I contributed to the development of conclusions on low-risk auction design based on the findings regarding the financing of renewables, Work Package 5 in our project, as well as the analysis on the link between auctions and renewable energy communities.
All right, thank you very much. I've been struggling a little bit with the with the Q&A sheet, but I think I found now. I would like to start kick off the panel discussion. We have 10 minutes left, so it's about 2 minutes each if we want to keep it equal. But I think if each of you could take maybe 30 seconds for a first statement, and then we go on to the questions by the audience. If you could say in your own words, what do you think are the current challenges for either the financing of renewables in Europe, or either on the risk side or on the supply chain side? You can select your area that you would like to comment most on. A quick statement on that. Could we start with you, Dominic? What are the most pressing challenges for the financing side?
If I keep it to 30 seconds, number one, which is not in either of the categories, is permitting. So we don't have enough projects. I mean, that's clearly number one. Number two is saying that logic. Yes, we don't have not enough offtake arrangements in many markets. I mean, not enough capacity is auctioned off. That then in the end also leads to not having enough projects because developers are not developing enough. And now currently the most, I mean, prices are up, but when you look at the futures markets, it might be for the first half of this decade. But then when you look at the supply chain, at least what we see in all the project proposals we are screening is that technology costs went massively up. Yeah? I mean, this is, I mean, at LCOEs now we see a couple of, I mean, in some cases not only euros, but tens of euros higher than we saw 18 months ago.
Wow. Yeah. So increasing energy prices, increasing supply costs. Pablo, are the auctions to blame, at least partially?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I go for the second thing, for the second issue. It's much more easy for me because I think that the main problem we have here is a little bit of what Heikki suggested. It's about, and also it was suggested in the previous panel discussion and presentations. It's about trade-offs between objectives. I think this is extremely important, and in particular between you know, low prices, low energy prices, and you know, local industry. Also, Diala also mentioned this a little bit, right? And can we solve this with options? Is there any design element? I mean, we can't, right? So, I mean, it's rather part of a policy mix in which we should align energy and industrial policies in order to have. Can we have all of them? But we should try to have all of them. Low prices, but also local industry. And why it's also local industry important? We are seeing that now, right? I mean, we're seeing that at this moment when, you know, we are facing vulnerabilities, so to say, you know, from not having this. So, but at the end, also we need very low energy prices. So it's you know, it's this trade-off is quite complicated. I don't know if I responded to your question, but that's what I was want to mention.
Yes, okay, yeah, but very clear. So maybe seeing the low cost that we've seen in the last years as an opportunity to refocus the policy and invite more other policy objectives or integrate these local elements more into the consideration. I know, Moira, you have done cost of capital analysis over some years now, starting in 2016, and now with our work here on the cost of capital survey, we've seen some dramatic decreases in cost of capital. I would assume that with the current situation, that might change. Do you see already some indications on that not only the component costs will increase, but also cost of capital?
I mean, I have to say first that I'm impressed because in our studies that we did, that we have been doing since 2014, the WACC have been decreasing. I mean, we just have seen how it was decreasing for both technologies, I mean solar and wind, cost of debt, and together with the cost of debt and cost of equity, I think we reached in 2019 with a cost of debt that was less than 2%, I mean in the majority of the EU countries. So to see this changing now, I mean this like regression change, I don't know how to call it, but for the market would be like a regression. Yeah, it's really impressive. Since so many years we have seen the other trend. I think that this responds to many, of course, external factors that also, as it was addressed here with Pablo and Ayala, I mean, there are many that we cannot factors we cannot control. Because, for example, in the cost of debt, it was, I mean, the tendency we have, the trend we have seen, it was strong correlated as well with the interest rates development, and this is something that, yeah, now is changing again, and this is affecting the cost of debt, and of course, then at the end the WACC, and it's difficult to say, yeah, how can you like control that with the auctions? Of course, it's a flexible instrument that you could address so many issues when you design the auction, and that's the advantage. But there are also, yeah, external factors that shape the cost of debt and the cost of equity and then the WACC that is difficult to control, like the situation that we are having now, and with the interest rates and also the international flow of capital that comes from abroad. I mean, yeah, there's complex the market a bit and are difficult to control. But I do agree also with Pablo that are yeah, that there are factors, the price, but also it's important to address how you can also develop the industries here in Europe. Yeah, and I think you could maybe like integrate it in the in the auction. Sorry.
Thank you, Maria. Maybe we can ask Anna, who has investigated mostly the policy consequences and potential actions by policymakers. So do you think that policymakers should address these increasing prices, and what should they do?
Thanks, Lena. I think we all agree that these driving factors pushing up prices are outside of the scope of the auction. However, from an auction design perspective, I like what you said about ensuring that the design is, let's say, removing unnecessary risks for bidders. And in that sense, I see two areas where attention can be put, and one of them is what allows for project pipeline development, which is the definition of volumes over several years, of course, having some flexibility to accommodate for supply chain disruptions seen in the past years, as well as a design that allows for revenue stabilization. And an example of that is a two-way CFDs, and maybe a smaller auction design element could be also in looking at ceiling prices, not necessarily as a factor that is automatically adjusted downwards, because that was compatible with the world we had before the pandemic, but might actually be suffocating if you continue that automated decrease in ceiling prices. That might just be suffocating competition in your auctions. And maybe if I may, just a few seconds comment on the EU neighborhood in energy community countries. I think in there the importance of reliable support schemes, in the sense of announcing an auction is very crucial, because in there the other challenge is how to ensure that the pipeline of projects developed before the change to auctions, or in awaiting that change, how to make sure that that is actually transitioning properly to the support scheme. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Heike, I would like to, before I give you the word for a general comment, I would like to read out one of the questions by the audience, so you can address them as well directly. So William asks, if the auction PPA or an auction PPA agreed in 2020-21, looking for wind turbines or solar now, but with the massive price change or increase that we've seen, how do you see auctions? Could they include localization or local value added into their consideration?
Sorry, I didn't catch the last phrase you said.
Sorry. So the question is, yeah, you have mentioned these increasing massive price changes and this opportunity window for China. Maybe I didn't mention that part. So because this increasing competition from other countries, how would you suggest that auctions could include localization, or should they, or local value creation into the consideration?
Yeah, we have been discussing this with the European Commission since I think it's 5-6 years, because we saw already a long time ago that this was coming with the auctions, that there was a challenge to the European manufacturers, let's say, domination of the European market. And that's a problem, because of course when it comes to competition rules, it's difficult to establish some kind of advantages for local manufacturing. Difficult to establish local manufacturing at national level. It would be maybe easier to establish some kind of rules or some kind of design that take into consideration European manufacturers. But it's difficult to find what elements can actually be going to that 30% that finally the DG Competition has said that can go into 30% of the decision of avoiding the auction can be based on the local manufacturing issues. But one concept could be, of course, the CO2 footprint of the components or the technology. But that again creates other problems. Of course, at what level do you do that? At the level of the national level, or on a regional level, European level, and then what happens with the WTO rules regarding commerce. So this needs to be the easiest way to get away from this is to, and it's related to what we have been already discussing, is to ease the permitting. I mean, to fast track somehow. You need to have much more megawatts permitted every year in the whole of Europe. That's the biggest problem at the moment, and there is no easy solution for that. And we could be discussing this a long time, but it's not. I don't want to take all that time. But and the other thing is, of course, that you need to make it much easier to if you want to keep the auctions, they have to be much easier to participate, but the projects have to be much more mature in order to have a shorter construction time. In that sense, you would don't allow, if you want to keep the auctions, don't allow very low prices. I mean, you have to have in Spain we have this kind of credit. You say I don't know how to translate it, but it's to say that this is too risky prices when it's too low, because there's a too high risk. Not that the project in this case is not going to be constructed, and that in that sense whole society loses. So we need to go in that direction and make sure. And also you have to auction. We know that some megawatts are not going to be, for whatever reason, not going to be constructed. So you need to over auction. Let's say if you need 1,000, let's say 30,000 megawatts in Europe, you need to auction 45,000. That's because that's the reality, at least in wind power.
Thank you very much, and advocacy for very, very high volumes and late auctions. Interesting. Yeah, maybe I would like to, if you allow me, Vasily, I know we are over time already, but I would like to have a very last statement by Dominic. There was one last question or additional question in the chat already, asking about the PPA that you mentioned. And I think it's mostly related to the comment that you made on the crowd out. So maybe yeah, taking that, and so the question is around why will they be crowd out, and I'd be also interested in your opinion on which way out you prefer to avoid this crowd out situation. Thank you.
Could you maybe read the? I don't see the Q&A somehow. If you could.
Yeah, it's a very long question, so I didn't want. I don't think I can read the whole thing. But the question is why will there be a crowd out? Your question was regarding the PPA, or your comment was regarding the PPA, so the auctions crowding out the PPAs.
So there are 2 points. Having more ambitious targets requires more renewables to be employed. So you basically, I mean, microeconomics 101. I mean, I know reality is a bit more complex, but to explain it in those terms, if you increase supply, the same demand, the price will drop at some point. In other words, if you, when you look at, we have done some market modeling under the old targets, it basically shows you that for solar PV across Europe, under the old targets, capture prices for prices generally over noon throughout the year will drop to a level of 0, close to 0. So these projects won't make a lot of money anymore because there's an oversupply in certain hours. The problem is less pronounced for wind, but for solar it will really be a problem. So pushing more capacity into the market through higher targets will mean lower revenues. So there is a point where basically these projects need to receive some form of out-of-market support. Yeah, market revenues might not be sufficient. So this is basically on the supply side for PPAs. The projects might nearly not be profitable anymore. That's one side of the crowd out. Then looking at the demand side, so the off-takers, well, it's basically support schemes provide an alternative to PPAs by off-takers, so by big corporates. And project developers might or might not, but in many cases they might prefer to have the government as an off-taker compared to a corporate, depending on the conditions. So this is the crowding out. When you look at the big PPA markets in Europe, then I mean Spain and Scandinavia these days, then these are both markets where basically you have very good resources, so low LCOEs, and at the same time you don't have enough public support available for all of these projects. So the private sector is stepping in. On the contrary, when you look to France, where you have basically in France you have a very generous support scheme, PPA market is not really developing because developers are more going for the public support. So this is basically the crowding out. So how to solve this? That's a very good question. We have seen this attempt in Poland, where basically there's a CFD, but you can decide to not have the CFD. So basically not every year is covered under the CFD. So as a developer, you can decide for a couple of years to sign a PPA and only have the CFD at a later stage in time. Is this the answer? I don't know. It's so far the most interesting proposal we have seen. But I think if we want to have PPAs in the market, there are many arguments to have them. I mean, they're not a mean in itself, but they first of all provide a lot of benefits to the off-takers because it's a price hedging element. They might increase the market dynamic in the sector. That might bring in innovation. So there are a lot of reasons why we want to have PPAs, but then you also have to design your support schemes in a way and your auctions in a way that the sector survives.
Thank you very much. I think that was a very interesting discussion, and I'm really sorry, Vasily, that we have run over time, but I'm sure you will be able to manage. There you go. We just shortened our coffee break, so sorry about that. Yeah, but thank you very much for being on the panel, everyone. I think that you will be able to we had a slide with all the reports that we produced for this area. You'll find them on our homepage, and I'm sure that Vasily can also provide you if you ask him directly, or you can write to us, our team now. So thank you very much for the external speakers and for the collaboration within the team. And I'm looking forward to the next session. See you there.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Very much.
Thank
Elena,
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
for this discussion.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, two organizational remarks. The one, as you can see, we have a small coffee break. Unfortunately, only 5 minutes, not 15 minutes, but we were able to enjoy such an interesting conversation. So please be back at 3:15. Another remark is there was, for example, one more question. I assigned it to one of the panelists, in this case, Pablo Del Rio, and he can actually write an answer back. So if you have questions to other topics, please feel free to just send your question, even if the discussion is over, and we will try to answer it. And of course, feel free to contact us via email. So that's it from our side so far. So quick coffee break, and we'll be right back at 3:15. Bye. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. I hope 5 minutes were enough. At least I got my coffee. So right now we're talking about, we start our session about the next steps in renewable electricity auction design and how it's going to evolve. I will talk about the agenda later on because unfortunately one of our esteemed speakers, Naida Tasso, from the energy community, she has to leave us in 10 minutes, so she will get the floor right now.
Thank you very much, Vasily, and apologies once again. So yes, good afternoon, dear colleagues, and greetings from the Energy Community Secretariat headquarters in Vienna. I would first of all like to thank to the organizers for inviting me to speak today, but even more importantly, I would like to thank to the whole AURES team for the extraordinary work done in the previous couple of years. We had an amazing cooperation and our stakeholders in the region benefited a lot from your reports and presentation on various topics related to auctions. So when I was asked to participate on today's meeting, of course I said yes, because who can say no to Vasily? But then I realized that we actually don't have much to say about cross-border cooperation in the energy community, as unfortunately it's not utilized at all. Luckily for us, together with the AURES project back in 2020, we developed this and published policy guidelines on the renewables cross-border cooperation in the energy community. And also in November last year, Ministerial Council of the Energy Community adopted the RED II directive. Contracting parties have very short deadline until end of 2022 to transpose the directive into national legislation. And of course, articles related to cross-border cooperation, such as joint projects, statistical transfers, and joint support schemes shall be transposed as well. To my understanding, Felix will provide you with a presentation on cross-border auctions in more details, including how it functions and what are the benefits. But unfortunately, as Vasily said, I will have to leave before that. So I will just jump into the most important challenges when it comes to the implementation of cross-border auctions in the energy community. So to compare to some EU member states, contracting parties have relatively recent and thus immature markets for renewable energy. This has effects on the number of existing project developers and the industries attached to deployment of renewable energy. As a general rule, of course, economies of scale can decrease the price. Project developers working in such young markets might face higher investment costs compared to their counterparts in the EU member states. In some cases, the WACC differs substantially between the EU member states, but also between contracting parties. WACC is higher in most contracting parties due to increased off-taker and country risk. These conditions might lead to structurally higher bid prices of the projects located in a hosting contracting party, and thus imply a competitive disadvantage vis-à-vis projects located in the contributing member states. A challenge in many contracting parties relate to the risk of non-existing and immature power markets. This means that current auctions in the energy community and the auctions which will be conducted in the near future are based on the feed-in tariffs under the long power purchase agreements. In many cases, however, these PPAs envisage the conversion to market-based support scheme, such as contracts for difference, when the spot markets are established and liquid. Uncertainty concerning the point in time and the conditions for such conversion might be perceived as risk by investors. Moreover, there is a certain risk associated with arrangement of the off-takers of renewables. So to conclude, regulatory framework for cross-border mechanisms in the energy community is in place and being amended in line with the RED II directive. There is a huge potential for renewable energy in the region. According to IRENA, renewable sources could cover more than 1/3 of energy demand across the Central and Southeastern Europe energy connectivity area cost effectively by 2030. However, cross-border cooperation is the key to harness this potential. Cross-border cooperation may foster knowledge and experience sharing and capacity building on market-based support schemes and cross-border cooperation mechanisms. Already established mechanisms in the EU member states can serve the energy community contracting parties in establishing support scheme and developing their own capacities. However, market conditions needed to improve to ensure this cooperation is beneficial for all parties. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this intervention and these insights from our neighbors in the energy community. Are there any questions? Usually we ask them, the audience, we ask them to post them after the presentations, but right now, since you have to leave, if there are any questions, I don't see any so far. Maybe I can start with one, because looking at the current situation with the war in Ukraine, do you have the feeling this is going to push more, like even cross-border auctions, a mechanism as a political statement? Do you see anything in the future moving, or doesn't it have that much of an impact, as I imagine?
Yes, thank you for the question, Vasily. I presume maybe people are still having coffee and getting warm up. So if there's some questions later, please send me an email and I will be happy to answer. And thank you for your question. Absolutely, I think countries may use cross-border cooperation on renewable energy to foster bilateral political cooperation, thereby possibly leveraging cooperation also in other policy fields. And having in mind that accession to the EU is a strategic political objective of most of our contracting parties, cooperation on renewable energy is a way of deepening political and economic cooperation between EU member states and the contracting parties, especially when it comes to the neighborhood countries to the energy community. Essentially, war in Ukraine and current crisis in Europe show to us that it is important to reduce import dependency, and increasing share of renewable energy in the national power system can help decrease the dependency on oil, gas, and electricity, of course. War will end, and we hope it is going to happen soon. And we will have the situation which we have also for years already in Balkans due to conflicts in Yugoslavia. There is a need to mobilize foreign direct investments and reduce unemployment in the region. And deployment of new renewable projects in the host country can be lever for the economic development in the region.
Oh, thank you very much. Quite interesting. Perfect. So yeah, it's a set reason, but this might lead to a push, and we might see more cross-border auctions. So yeah, as you said.
I hope so, and I'm very sorry I will not be there to listen to the presentation on existing cross-border cooperation in EU member states, because this is something which for sure should serve as an example for our contracting parties, and this cooperation between EU member states and contracting parties should be fostered further in future.
Of course. No, thank you very much for your time, that you made it, that you still were able to present here. Thanks a lot. And yeah, if you have any questions, or the energy community countries or our audience tonight, feel free to get in contact with us.
Thank you very much, Vasily, and greetings to everyone. And apologies once again for leaving earlier.
Thank you. So just to get a step back, the agenda, as promised, we heard Naida Tasso from the Energy Community Secretariat. The next point on the agenda are cross-border auctions in the EU. So they're very general, as Naida already said. Our colleague Felix von Blücher from Guidehouse will present us what the basic knowledge about cross-border auctions. Then we'll continue with this is the one stream that we experienced, that we saw. So international cooperation in renewable energy auctions in the EU, and the other one is of course multi-technology auctions, where my colleague and supervisor Jenny Winkler will present our findings on the questions whether multi-technology auctions can work. And of course, we all know that, as was said today in the morning session said, that the EU is foreseeing actually multi-technology auctions. We have our guest from DG Competition, Alice Gallo. She will present on multi-technology auctions and the stated guidelines and how the concept evolved. And then we conclude, of course, with a Q&A and panel discussion. So Felix, Are you here? Let me just check. If not, 1 second. Now you should be a panelist and able.
Yes.
Wonderful.
Excellent. All right, it works. I was getting a bit nervous because just until then I had some technical problems and the meeting was crashing. But I hope you can hear me, and I hope it works. It works fine now.
Perfect. You'll get the control. 1 second, and now the floor is yours.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Vasily. So hello. Okay, I'm getting. Sorry, I have some issues. I'll just continue. I try to ignore it. So yeah, I'm Felix von Blücher. I'm managing consultant at Guidehouse, and I will give you a little snapshot on the type of work that we've been doing within AURES2 on the topic of cross-border auctions. And the general aim of our work on this topic was to analyze design options for cross-border auctions and develop solutions that should eventually also assist the member states and the European Commission in setting up those auctions. So let's see. Yes, I have the control. Perfect. So first of all, let me explain what cross-border auctions are. So let's consider a situation where we have two countries, country A and country B, which both conduct national renewables auctions, and in such national auctions, each country can only, of course, access its own and sometimes limited renewables potential. Now, instead of doing that, both countries could also join forces and jointly conduct a cross-border auction that is characterized by being open to the participation of bidders from both countries. And what happens when you do that is that eventually you create direct competition, as I said, and you will end up in a situation that you will have a cross-border flow of support payments from one country to another, and also the flow of renewable statistics in the other direction. Now, why would any two countries or any 3 or 4 countries set up such a cross-border auction? Well, that's because ideally there is benefits in it for all involved countries. And let's continue with the example here. Let's assume in this case that all projects that were awarded are located in country B. And therefore, there is a flow of financial support payments from country A to country B. And in return, renewable statistics are transferred back from country B to country A. So essentially what happens is that the renewables deployment, so the renewables projects that would have been realized in country A in a national auction are now shifted to country B. And the benefits for country A in this example are that it achieves its renewables targets at a lower cost. And that can be a result of being able to tap into better natural potential in country B, so higher full load hours, reaching higher market values. So when the market revenues in country B are higher, the support payments that are required on top are lower. Maybe country B has better financing conditions, which of course lowers the overall capital costs of projects. And another benefit could result from increasing the competition in the auction just by having more project bidders from both countries. And this can be especially relevant for countries that have less mature markets or a limited project pipeline at any point in time. Now, country B also has benefits, and these arise from, of course, the mobilization of foreign direct investments in its energy system, and also an accelerated transition of its energy system. Jobs will be created through the deployment of renewables and also the maintenance of projects, and there will be co-benefits such as cleaner air, better public health, etc. So, given these benefits, which seem obvious as I presented them at least, why haven't we seen more examples of cross-border auctions in practice? And the most important reasons for the limited use of cross-border auctions or cross-border potential are, in my view, first of all, the lack of political willingness, or maybe it's even more the difficulty in communicating to the public why it makes sense to transfer taxpayers' money to develop renewables in another country. Then there is uncertainty about the outcome of such an auction. So if two or even more countries are involved, it is difficult to predict which projects in which country will be the most competitive. And yeah, member states usually want to have some sort of predictability with regards to what happens to the money they are spending and where projects will be realized. And then there is the complexity of actually setting up such an auction. There's a lot of details to be clarified and agreed upon when implementing a cross-border auction. And that's not only who to cooperate with in the first place, but also what the auction design may look like, how the support is being paid across the border, which agencies will implement the auction, etc. And finding solutions and agreements to these topics, of course, involves quite some transaction costs as well. Yeah, and in a series of 3 studies within the AURES project, and you have the links once you get the slides, you can click on those links here to the studies on the website below. In these studies, we try to address these barriers, and mostly by describing the design options that are available, and also by giving some practical advice and practical guidance on how to go about the implementation. Now, despite the barriers, there are reasons why we may see more cross-border cooperation and possibly cross-border auctions in the future. And first of all, this is because more member states have recently engaged in cross-border cooperation in some form, and thus are gaining experience on how this works. And most often, this was the case with the agreements on the transfer of renewable statistics to ex ante or ex post reach the 2020 renewables target. But also some member states are engaging in deeper cooperation, for example, when it comes to the joint development of offshore wind energy projects. Now, the second reason is that we, of course, are seeing that renewables targets are being increased and get more ambitious towards 2030 and, of course, beyond. And this will put pressure on member states, and especially on those member states that have somewhat limited or maybe not really sufficient potential to cost effectively achieve these targets. And they will be looking towards cooperation options. Then the Renewable Energy Directive pushes for the opening of national schemes already. And we have seen that the current proposal for the revision of the Renewable Energy Directive even includes the obligation. I mean, this is just at the proposal stage now, but it includes the obligation for each member state to actually implement or set up a cooperation project by 2025. And last but not least, there are 2 new instruments at EU level that incentivize and facilitate cross-border cooperation, and that is first a new funding line under CEF, which grants up to 1.2 billion euros in the next years for cross-border renewables projects, and the second is the EU renewables financing mechanism that member states can use to conduct EU-wide auctions. And since the new EU renewables financing mechanism has sparked quite some interest by member states, we conducted a case study on this. But before I show that, let's just have a brief look at the basic functioning of this mechanism. So it's the basic functioning is as follows. Any EU member state can decide to commit financial contributions to the mechanism that is managed by the European Commission. And the mechanism then uses these funds to conduct auctions and select projects in certain host member states. And once these projects are up and running, the host member states of those projects, then transfer renewable statistics back to the mechanism, which then redistributes these statistics to the contributing countries according to their payments. Now, what's important to know is that the participation in this mechanism is, of course, voluntary for all member states. The contributing member states, they pay the entire support that is required. In their expression of interest, they can define their maximum financial contributions. They define also the corresponding renewables volumes they want to get out of it. And on the other hand, the host member states, in their expression of interest, they can define the technologies they would allow on the territory, the overall capacities they allow, and also things like project sizes. Now, the Commission, or the entity managing the mechanism, takes this information from contributing and hosting member states and develops a suitable auction design that includes a certain technology focus, the ceiling price, the overall volumes, respecting also the national caps that have been communicated. And once this is done, it implements the auction, which then determines the support levels, selects the projects, and afterwards allocates the support and redistributes the statistics. So yeah, as I said, within AURES, we conducted a case study that simulates this process of setting up such an and implementing such an auction under the mechanism, involving 3 contributing and 3 hosting member states. And you can see the on the left side here, you can see an illustration of the outcome of this auction, showing how money flows and statistics are pooled by the mechanism and then distributed among the countries. Now, this is of course only hypothetical and purely illustrative. But yeah, the main feedback that we received from the country representatives that were involved in this study was that from their perspective, the mechanism has some clear advantages over existing bilateral forms of cooperation. And this is because they see it as an effective tool that allows them to tap into more potential for cooperation by aggregating demand and supply of multiple countries. And at the same time, it significantly reduces their own requirements to negotiate for with potential cooperation partners, and thus reduces their administrative burden. Some disadvantages that were mentioned come with the pooling of several countries are that the defining of ceiling prices can be quite a challenge, which is clear when you have different LCEs, different market values that need to be combined from different countries. And also the predictability of where projects will be located is of course lower if you have more countries in the same auction. Now, in addition, we saw that it can be difficult to actually match the preferences of the contributing and hosting member states on technology focus, on volumes, and also on timelines when projects should be realized, etc. Yeah, this can actually make it a bit difficult to find a relevant and suitable use case in practice, but we will see about that in the future. Yeah, I also want to mention some further case studies that we conducted. So our colleagues from REC conducted a case study that proposes cross-border auction design for Hungary and how to find a partner for Hungary. And in another case study that was conducted by our colleagues from DTU, it is explored how joint auctions can be deployed for several auction wind farms that form a joint hub. However, the focus of this case study was more on options to actually allocate costs and benefits among the countries. So I'm coming to my last slide, and so what to expect from cross-border auctions in the future. And the points I'm listing here are, it's basically a bit like reading a crystal ball, of course, but I think it's still fair to say that we can expect that there is some increasing attention for cooperation in the regulation, and we are seeing this in the Renewable Energy Directive, in 10E, etc., that include more provisions to push member states for cooperation. And this will definitely exert a push for cross-border development. It's not so clear whether this will result in cross-border auctions or other forms of cooperation. Then in light of the renewables ambitions increasing, I think that member states will have a higher willingness to actually engage in cross-border cooperation and become more pragmatic also about it. I think we will see a shift from a current pilot phase to more large-scale cooperation, for example, in the form of offshore wind energy projects or auctions under the financing mechanism. The focus on the distribution of support costs will probably get lower because support costs may not play such a big role in the future. However, the costs related to system integration and infrastructure development will be more important, and especially how to share these costs, obviously. And yeah, probably we will see more cross-border auctions at EU level. And I kept this very short now. You can hear a bit more about my and my colleagues' views about this in a podcast episode also. And yeah, with this, I want to conclude. And thanks for listening so far. And I'm looking forward to the panel.
Thank you very much, Felix. As mentioned, please post your questions if you have any in the field. I would like to continue with our next stream of new steps in renewable electricity auctions, giving the floor to Jenny. You should now have control. There's a little bit of a lag. Looks good.
Yeah, works. Thank you, Vasily. So I will now shortly talk about the topic of multi-technology auctions and whether they actually can work. And what I will present is mainly based, of course, on the AURES2 project work, which has not only been conducted by the two of us who were mentioned here, but also and especially by the colleagues of DTU and REC, who had one stream of the work on multi-technology auctions on their desk, and also by colleagues from TACON who did some experiments on that. I have actually not included the results of the experiments here, but if you have questions on that or want to get more information, you can directly contact our colleagues, especially Anne-Catherine, who has presented in one of the previous sections as well. So first of all, what are multi-technology auctions? In multi-technology auctions, very broadly spoken, more than one technology can be awarded in the same auction round. So everyone knows, of course, the technology-specific auction where, for example, a specific capacity for PV is auctioned, and then, of course, only PV projects are awarded. In multi-technology auctions, that's different. The example that includes most technologies at the same time is the SDED++, which is conducted in the Netherlands, where virtually all decarbonization technologies can participate. And then we have auctions for almost all renewable technologies, for example, in the Hungarian renewable energy auctions. Then there are technology basket auctions in many of the member states, for example, the combined auctions for onshore wind and PV in Greece. And then there are also in some of the member states technology auctions for technology combinations, for example, auctions for storage and generation as one project in Germany. What is very important to say is that multi-technology auctions are never really technology neutral. And of course, they are often called technology neutral auctions, but the problem is that it doesn't matter how you design the auction, the design elements will always prefer one technology compared to others. And so it's virtually impossible to make the design technology neutral. And that also means that if you have different design elements for different technologies participating in the auctions, that might increase the competitiveness of these technologies towards each other and contribute to a level playing field, and thus make the auction even more technology neutral than a totally technology neutral design, so to say. On this slide, you see on a very general level the impact of multi-technology auctions when compared to technology-specific ones. Probably most of you have seen this or a comparable analysis before. So with respect to static efficiency, multi-technology usually lead to the award of low-cost technology. So that means static efficiency, all else equal, is higher than in the case of technology-specific auctions. With respect to dynamic efficiency, this might be potentially lower, as the same answer as in the first case, only the most mature technologies are awarded, and that means that the technologies which are maybe where you could expect fast learning rates in the future are not awarded, so they don't have the chance to get to this learning and cost reductions. In terms of support costs, it depends a bit on the auction capacity and what you actually need, which technologies you need to reach your targets. If you only can rely on the cheapest technologies at a certain point in time, then support costs are not high based on technology neutral auction or multi-technology auctions. But if you also need more expensive technologies to reach their respective auction volumes, then that means that there's a danger, at least for the cheap technologies, to reach windfall profit and thus increasing support costs compared to the technology-specific approach. There's also a clear disadvantage with regards to multi-technology auction when it comes to planning certainty and supply chains, because of course you can have different winning technologies in different auction rounds, and then that means that the supply chain can prepare less for the coming years, and it's less certain what is needed from a certain supply chain. What is an advantage of multi-technology auctions is the higher flexibility. There are more options for reaching the auction volume, and that can increase the competition rate and allow more flexibility in target achievement. With regards to the auction design, of course, including more technologies makes the auction design more complex in order to allow for the specifics of all involved technologies. What we have looked at, or that the colleagues from Denmark and Hungary have looked at in this work package on multi-technology auction, was the technology bias that I mentioned at the first slide. Also, again, the design elements of the auction will tend to prefer certain technologies compared to others, and the colleagues have investigated that based on a model-based analysis, and this has shown that indeed there are technology biases in multi-technology auctions. The type of support, that means the type of the premium in this case, which the types selected were one-sided sliding premium, two-sided sliding premium, which is a contract for difference, and also fixed premium, and these are also the types of support that are mainly used in the European Union, are crucial for the technology bias, and the impact of other design elements depends on that type of support, and also they differ. It differs between the types of support. There's only a marginal impact found for the timing of auctions, so it doesn't really matter how many auctions you have per year and also at what time of the year they take place. There has been a small impact for the realization period and for the balancing cost responsibility. I've taken in the first phrase here, I've taken the realization time as an example for technology bias. In reality, the impact is quite low, but it's quite easy to understand that there might be a technology bias, because, for example, if you have 5 years realization time for both PV and onshore wind, and the learning rates for PV, so that the cost reduction of PV is much faster, that means that it favors somehow technologies with such fast learning rates, in this case PV. And the colleagues have found a high or moderate to high impact for the support period. So that means for how long the support payment is given. and also the integration of grid costs and the environmental harm compensation. Of course, it's very difficult to explain the complex results and also methodology of that paper in some minutes. So if you have any deep in-depth questions on that, maybe first have a look at the report, and then you can of course contact the authors of the report or also us to get more in-depth views on that. Now I come to the state of multi-technology auctions in the EU. Those auctions were in principle required by the Renewable Energy Directive and the state aid guidelines from 2014. However, exceptions apply, and member states have also made use of these exceptions for quite a long time. Still, you can see that over the last years there has been a steep increase in the number of multi-technology auctions in EU countries, and also these auctions have been spread over a growing number of countries. With regards to the results, you can also have a look at a detailed analysis in one of our AURES reports, but on a general level, we can conclude that stop and go with respect to certain technologies can indeed be an issue. We have seen that there are changes in the dominant technologies in these technology or multi-technology auctions over time. So in some countries, for example, first wind onshore was mostly winning in the auction. Then in later years, it was rather PV. But this change, of course, can mean difficulties for the supply chains. And the other main result was that there's not really a clear effect on prices compared to single technology auctions. So in many cases, they were very comparable. And we could also see that or really compare that, because some countries conducted at the same time multi-technology auctions and single technology auctions for the same technology, which is of course not very advisable, because that means outside options and people can optimize in which auction they participate, but at least you can see that the price outcome are not very different. As always, of course, the results here also show that the auction design needs to fit the framework conditions and the objectives of the policymakers, otherwise you won't reach what you want to have. Now I come to my summarizing slide. The question was whether multi-technology auctions can work, and we as the project team would say that yes, they can work, but of course member states need to define specific objectives and adapt design elements accordingly. And if, for example, one of your objectives is to have a steady expansion of one specific renewable energy technology, then multi-technology approaches are just not the way you should go, or at least you have to include some minimum quotas for the technology that you want. But if, for example, your objective is to always award the cheapest technologies at the time of the auction, then multi-technologies are something that you should do. Of course, the targeted technologies should be comparable, or the auction design elements need to account for differences if you really want to have fair competition between these technologies. And what I mentioned before, multi-technology auctions should not be competing with technology-specific auctions taking place at the same time, because that, in this case, there are rather weird effects for the auction participants, and yeah, it's just not advisable to do that. This I hand back to Vasily. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Jenny, for these insights from our project work. Maybe I'll give directly the floor to Alice from the European Commission, who is going to tell us a little bit about her view or the Commission's view on multi-technology auctions.
Thank you, Vasilis. I hope you hear me. I had some issues with audio before. Okay, perfect. I'm glad. Thank you again for inviting me. My name is Alice Gallo. I work in the European Commission, and in particular in the Directorate General for Competition. So I work with state aid in particular. So I will try to give you a bit of an understanding of the multi-technology auction in state aid, even though this is a bit of a complicated area. But before getting started, just a quick disclaimer also on my end, as per Jose before, I will I will express only my personal opinion, and this cannot be regarded as the European Commission's point of view. So yes, thank you. Go ahead, Vasily. So first of all, you might have noticed that very recently the new package of guidelines for state aid was adopted, for state aid in the energy sectors, to be specific. But these are not the first guidelines in the area. It was mentioned before by Jenny in the presentation that there was a package of guidelines in 2014, the so-called EAG, which already provided for a framework for support for several areas which are now part of the Green Deal package. However, the result of the fitness check, this is a technical term that we use, of the state aid modernization package showed that although the support to the achievement of a certain goal was indeed possible under the previous guidelines, there was a need for an update of the guidelines to take into consideration the increased ambition of the Green Deal, but also the overall condition following the pandemic of COVID-2019. Therefore, this sparked a very lengthy process of revision of the guidelines, which was aimed at increasing the scope of the guidelines to new areas and technologies, also in light of the market developments, but also to make more flexible the existing rules to facilitate the achievement of the Green Deal objectives. Of course, the other side of the coin of this enlargement and of this flexibilization was the introduction of certain safeguards aimed at ensuring that the aid is directed where necessary to achieve climate and environmental protection goals, is limited to what is necessary to achieve those goals, and does not distort the market to an extent contrary to the common interest. This lengthy process of revision terminated and culminated in the adoption in January this year of the new SEAG, where C stands for climate and stands to reflect the importance of climate policy and of competition policy in supporting climate policy. So this is a bit of an idea of what I'm talking about when I'm talking about state aid guidelines. So if we can go to the next slide, thank you. So here there's a bit of a comparison between the EAG and the SEAG of what is the treatment of multi-technology auction. First of all, I ask already for forgiveness for using the term technologically neutral auction. I know it's maybe making everything as it would be a perfect technology neutral auction, whether this is not the case. However, that's a term that we use internally, so it's easier for me to refer to technology neutral competitive bidding. So first of all, as you can see from the slide, we have moved in the new SEAG to an approach which is broader in a sense. So we don't look necessarily at support for renewable energy anymore, but we look at support for decarbonization. So this new approach is aimed at ensuring that we have a set of guidelines that is future-proof and takes into consideration any possible technology that can contribute to the Green Deal objectives. This increase in scope is reflected in the tender features that we require under the guidelines. In fact, while under the EAG, we were looking at auctions open to all generators producing renewable electricity, for example. In the SEAG, we're looking at all areas and technologies that can contribute to decarbonization. So it is a much broader area in a sense. And however, this greater scope is also coupled with additional exemptions. So while in the EAG we were focusing more of exempting technology from technological neutrality, the competitive bidding in certain cases mostly related to different maturity and development level. In the SEAG, there is a much lengthier list of exemptions, starting from the possibility to limit eligibility of competitive bidding, where there is an expected difference in cost of at least 10% between different categories of bidders. And then we have an additional list of justification, which is an open list, but also includes, most importantly, where there are union objectives. So objectives established in union law for the development of certain areas. For example, the Renewable Energy Directive that is mentioned in the slide establishes specifically targets for renewable energy, allows to deviate from the decarbonization scope and to make it a bit more more reduced to the very specific, maybe not technology, but area at least. And if we can move to the next slide and final slide, we have talked a bit about how these auctions are tackled from a state aid point of view, and here are a couple of advantages and challenges of these different rules that we implemented. First of all, when we talk about competitive bidding from a state aid perspective, we always talk about the truly competitive bidding, competitive technologically neutral competitive bidding. Sorry for the repetition, but what we mean is that there needs to be competitiveness. So there is not just on paper, but also in practice. And that also is why the guidelines, the SEAC now specifically mentioned that where there is under subscription, the design of auction needs to be modified accordingly. And then when the auctions are truly competitive, then these contribute to ensuring proportionality of state aid, which in the end is what I said before in this triad of having state aid that's limited to what is necessary and so on. And this can contribute to reducing overcompensation, to minimizing market distortion, and ultimately to achieving cost effectiveness in the energy transition, so the lower cost for the taxpayers. Challenges, of course, are present, especially when we have such a broad scope of technologies due to the fact that there is a heterogeneity in the potential bidders, and this can lead to inframarginal rents, especially for the most expensive technologies, for the least expensive technologies, I'm sorry. And this could hinder the ultimate objective of a cost-effective energy transition and state aid in particular. To prevent this, however, the state aid guidelines allow for some flexibilities for the design of competitive bidding procedure, which are not only limited to the eligibility that we were mentioning before, but also allow for introducing specific selection criteria and scoring rules to take into consideration some objectives which might not necessarily be related only to cost, and also the possibility to introduce bid caps. Now, I think I've taken much time already, so I will leave the floor again to Vasilios, and thank you so much for having me.
Thank you for this very interesting presentation and the interesting insights. So I would like to ask the other two presenters, panelists, to join us for the panel discussion. Perfect. Hi, welcome back. So we have, before we start with with the actual discussion, there is already one question from the audience directed, I guess, to Felix, but of course the others are welcome to answer that as well. But the question is, could cross-border auctions lead to difficulties for hosting countries to reach their own RES statistic? And if so, can the hosting country under the FinMag reclaim their RES statistics?
Yeah, good question. Thanks for that. That raises an important point, obviously, that the renewable statistics generated from any corporation can only be accounted once, and there's no reclaiming possible after it's been decided where a statistic goes or how the statistics will be distributed. So, but what's important to keep in mind is that cooperation is always voluntary. So no country is forced into being a host country and offering some of its potential. So what countries will do is they will assess their natural potential and against their own renewables targets, and then see whether they have actually some potential to offer for cooperation for another country or not. And I think what we've seen in recent years is that there was some hesitation also by potential host countries to actually engage into cooperation because they were unsure about the renewables targets that are being defined or redefined currently. And so that's because exactly that they were afraid that they may not, they may struggle with their own renewables targets if they give away some renewable statistics. Now, under the, you can mitigate this problem basically by in bilateral auctions or bilateral corporations. Both countries can, so the contributing and host country can define how renewable statistics will be shared. So they can say 50-50. for example. And in the financing mechanism, it's foreseen that renewable statistics will be shared 80-20, which means 80% of the statistics go to the contributing member states and 20 remain with the hosts. So to already account for the fact that hosts will probably want to have some of the share as well.
Perfect. Thank you, Felix. Maybe a little bit related question to that. How do you see, I think you mentioned a little bit in your slides, but since you mentioned the financing mechanism and the national or bilateral cross-border auctions, how do you see the interplay between the two schemes? Do you think the one will, we had this crowding out effect with PPAs and support schemes. Will we see the same with these two cross-border schemes?
Well, I mean, there's not so much crowding out at the moment because we're not having too many bilateral cross-border auctions, unfortunately. So the way I see it is that for member states, the financing mechanism is good news because it increases their menu of options. So they can now choose between implementing a cross-border auction themselves or basically letting the European Commission do it for them yeah, you know, by setting up the entire process, as I explained, and member states just then put in the money, which is convenient and easier. So for that reason, I think many member states that are sort of thinking about cooperation already and may engage in cooperation in the future will probably consider the financing mechanism as their first option if we actually see auctions being established under the financing mechanism. But I don't think it necessarily means that we won't see any bilateral or multilateral cross-border auctions in the future. And that's because some member states are probably don't fear the burden, the transaction costs, etc., involved in doing that, but they want to have more control about the scope of cooperation you know, like the auction design itself, the technology, the sharing of costs and benefits, etc. And yeah, so bilateral cooperations, bilateral auctions can be tailored better to the specific needs of some member states. So I think it's quite, it's possible that we will see both in parallel.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's see what happens in the future. Maybe one more question for Alicia and Jenny. We don't have any more questions from the audience, unfortunately. If you still have any questions, please ask them. Otherwise, I have a question for the two of you. So we saw that in Jenny's presentation that there is actually an increasing number of multi-technology auctions in recent years. My question would be, what were the reasons behind that? Was the Commission more pushing for it, or did the countries understand the advantages and saw the advantages of multi-technology auctions? I don't know who wants to go first.
I think Alice could go first because probably she knows better whether the European Commission was pushing for that. I know of some country examples where that was the case, but I think that also some of the countries have chosen technology neutral or multi-technology approaches just because they were very convenient for the purposes that for their specific objectives. I think especially for the member states that wanted to have a low-cost expansion of renewables, maybe they might have gone for the multi-technology route. Yeah, just because they choose to do so. But maybe Alice can add on this Commission side.
No, I fully agree with what Jenny said in relation to the fact that multi-technology auction bring down the cost much more than other auctions, as we said also at the beginning. So probably that's one of the point. On our end, let's say, at least from the side of the DG competition, it's always been as technologically neutral as possible for the auctions, because this ensures that there's enough competition. It eases the problem of under-subscriptions for sure. So on our end, it's always been pushed for at least on paper.
Thank you very much. Yeah, and indeed, as I said, or as Ann-Kathrin mentioned, that's what we found out in our econometric analysis with all its difficulties and issues. But in the end of the day, at least for large-scale projects, we saw a decrease in prices controlling for all other variables. Maybe coming back to another point of view, Alicia, that I found quite interesting with respect to the new stated guidelines. So basically, this technology neutral and the concept encompasses right now low carbon technologies as well that are needed to achieve the decarbonization targets. So where do you see the challenges? Because I'm thinking about the SDE++, for example, where you have hydrogen, renewable electricity, heating. I know we are already discussing a little bit, sorry, Gustav, from the next session on the future of auctions, but where do you see the challenges with this approach, or and of course the advantages, and how to overcome those?
This is a great question indeed, and I understand fully that moving from a renewable perspective to a decarbonization perspective, the heterogeneity of the bidders changes much more. So instead of just going throughout different renewable technologies, you're now looking at also low carbon technologies and so on, and also to a number of other areas, including energy efficiency and so on. So this definitely represents a challenge because it makes it more difficult to pin down exactly the cost and to design a scheme that doesn't lead to overcompensation, but leads anyways to enough competition to grant that the overcompensation is gone away with. So this is definitely a challenge, and that's why there is in the new guidelines I was mentioning, there are a number of flexibility options that are granted to member states to avoid that this becomes a problem. So to ensure that, for example, there are either separate baskets for separate technologies which have a different cost, as I was mentioning, 10% rules that we have introduced, so that where there is a difference in at least 10%, it is possible to separate the bidding procedure. There is a number of occasions in which it is possible to introduce different bidding caps, for example, of different measure of this type, to ensure that the costs that are taken into consideration, or at least the cost heterogeneity, in a sense, the cost structure is taken into consideration in the bidding process, and there are a number of other criteria that can be introduced. Now, the new guidelines make it very specific that the criteria not necessarily have to be only cost related, but can be related to a number of other areas, and there is even a cap of 30% of criteria that do not have to be related to the overall objective of the measure. So it's not even cost, but even going further than that to introduce other aspects that are not necessarily considered differently. So this is a bit challenges and how we try to face them in the guidelines. But of course, this is again a very new set of guidelines. So we will look at the experience with these in the coming months and years.
Maybe to add on that, and we will also come to it in the next session where we discuss in more detail about the future of auctions. I think that it will still be, even with this 30% of criteria not related to the price, especially for industries, it will be very, very challenging, I think, to design auctions or competitive bidding processes that lead to the desired outcome. So I'm very much looking forward to doing that if I will have the chance in any projects, because of course it's a nice task in terms of thinking and creativity and so on. But I think that it's really a big challenge, and I'm not totally sure whether it's really a good way to go for auctions in that context, just because of the, as you mentioned, this really, really big technological diversity across sectors, especially in industries. But we will see what happens there. And of course, exemptions apply, so I don't think that the guidelines per se are a problem in that regard.
No, indeed, and maybe on this point, just one last comment. As I was mentioning, we have this approach of decarbonization, but having renewables only measure, it's definitely possible due to the specific targets. So it is a decarbonization broader approach also in terms of how we face the measures that arrive to us, so they can be even more flexible in a sense for the assessment on our end, so they're assessed under a unique chapeau, let's say. But indeed it is fully possible, and that's also a reason why this was introduced, is to allow at least some flexibility in this area, as the decarbonization is very broad.
Thank you very much. Looking at the time, I think unfortunately we have to continue, but I think you paved quite nicely the way to the next session on future of auctions. Let's see, maybe, and I think we got a lot of nice and interesting inputs. Let's see, maybe we'll see some cross-border, multi-technology, CCFD, hydrogen auctions. Let's see what the future brings us. But thanks again for your inputs, your presentations, for the nice discussion, to all the speakers. And yeah, if anybody has any questions, feel free to share them, and our speakers are happy to answer them. Thank you very much. And going forward, Gustav.
Hello, good afternoon.
Hello.
Nice welcome from my side. My side is being located here in Vienna. I would have loved to see you all in Brussels, where we originally planned our event. Nevertheless, this session is the last in a long queue, and this session is dedicated to look into the future of auctions. We do have quite a broad audience in terms of panelists. And as the first one to introduce us, to bring us into the topic, it's a pleasure for me to introduce now Jasper Geipel, a colleague of mine at TU Wien. And Jasper will tell us more on zero support auctions and looking into the future of auctions from a modeling perspective. Jasper, the floor is yours.
Hello, Gustav. Can you hear me? Does it work? Perfect.
And you should have the control now.
I have the control as well. Yeah, thank you, Gustav. Thank you, Vasily. And thanks as well for the really interesting presentations before. I, in the next couple of minutes, will present to you a part of the modeling work that we have carried out in this AURES 2 project. And we will focus on modeling the role of RES auctions in the future. Said in other words, we will check how this role of RES auctions depends on some general trends in the energy and, most importantly, electricity sector that might or might not occur in the future. I cannot move to the next slide. There's some delay. Okay.
Yeah, there is a lag. Sorry for that.
There's a lag, so I clicked a couple of times. So as a point of departure, I will recap shortly some lessons learned that we derived from the case studies and that motivate our work. So we have seen that in a couple of countries, for example, Denmark, Portugal, or Spain, there were auctions with winning bids below market price. And in Portugal, we even had negative bids. On the other side, there were also market-driven deployments of renewable energy sources, for example, in Spain with PPAs, and those PPAs received also higher prices compared to the central auction. So the reason for those special prices are diverse. For example, scarce network connections in the case of Portugal, or there are different regulatory regimes. But from a general point of view, those zero subsidy auctions can be explained by the high price environment that we face currently. And this is exacerbated majorly by the post-COVID demand recovery, as well as the current situation in Ukraine that leads to incredibly high prices and in turn, to zero subsidy auctions. The question is, will this be sustainable, or will this endure from now on until 2050 when we reach our decarbonization targets? And this is exactly what we try to assess here with our models. We assess long-term trends in changing electricity system. And we do this by analyzing 4 different scenarios. Qualitatively, they have been derived also from this within this project. And yeah, we have those scenarios are based on 2 general trends. The first one being flexibility and the second one decentralization. When we talk about flexibility, I'm talking about electric vehicles, I'm talking about hydrogen storage, hydrogen electrolysis. Then we have demand response and also sector coupling with the heating sector via heat pumps. When we talk about decentralization, we mean here a different valuation for the auto consumption of energy, meaning if a producer directly consumes it itself, he does not see the wholesale value, but instead the end consumer price. So when we focus on those 2 axes and derive 4 scenarios. Additionally, it must be said that we have some common assumptions for all of those scenarios. First being that the decarbonization targets are achieved. We have the Green Deal ambitions for 2030 as well as climate neutrality by 2050, plus some nuclear and CCS, of course. So this leads us to a requirement of a very strong uptake for renewable energy sources. On the left side, you can see the electricity demand and AURES generation from 2010 to 2050, and you can see that the demand will nearly double over the time. And even though we already achieved very much regarding the deployment of renewables, the amount of renewables that have to be added is enormous. I must say that this general trend of RES uptake predominates over our scenario differences. This is why in the beginning I will show just some exemplary graphs that are more or less valid for all the 4 scenarios. So now we can look at the total remuneration. The total remuneration for renewables, that is both the market value they earn, the renewable generators can earn on the market, plus the RES premium, the subsidy that is guaranteed via the auction. And we can observe that there is this extreme drop we've seen mainly for photovoltaic historically, but this general trend of decreasing cost for renewables will persist until 2050. On the other side, we said earlier that there is this price in this increase in wholesale prices, and this is reflected in higher remunerations in 2030, simply because their renewable producers earn more on the spot market. If we look at one technology in specific, namely photovoltaic, we see that historically we had to subsidize this technology heavily. And due to this rising prices in 2030, PV doesn't need any subsidy whatsoever. And if this 2030 situation would sustain, then RES producers could simply refinance themselves via the electricity markets. However, we observed that going forward, due to the strong decline of wholesale prices, there will be subsidies. The subsidies will be necessary, and therefore also public auctions will play a major role. Now we look finally at some differences between the different scenarios. And here you can see a breakdown of the total remuneration for new RES installations that are installed between 2020 and 2030. And I will focus on the left side on photovoltaics because there we can see the main difference. And we see that in the scenarios top-down tech and Leviathan, I remind that those are the scenarios where we have a higher valuation of auto consumption, a lower valuation of auto consumption. There we have those higher RES premiums, simply because they do not profit of this auto consumption, and therefore we need those higher RES premiums. For wind, as said, the general trend dominates, and we do not see strong differences between the scenarios. Finally, what does this mean for the consumer, for the end consumer, for us, the people? We see as due to rising wholesale prices, we see this peak in total cost for the consumers in 2030, but this peak is combined with very low support costs in this time period. And then we have strongly decreasing wholesale prices until 2050, which in turn increases once again the need for subsidies. And so this leads to the general conclusion that it's absolutely critical to continuing having public auctions that help financing the required uptake of renewables. One final remark regarding the difference in scenarios. We can see on the right side the cost to consumers for the different scenarios, and the lowest cost for consumers occurs in the shiny happy energy citizen scenarios. This is the one where we have high decentralization and high flexibility. So this is where which we hopefully achieve. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jasper, for these very quantitative insights, and in my view, they were very informative. How to say, to inform on that there will be a future of auctions, of renewable auctions, and probably not only full decarbonization auctions. But let's see if that view is confirmed by the other speakers on that panel. So thank you again, Jasper. I think I just look at the chat board. I see no direct questions, but I think we can clarify anyhow the questions later on in the panel discussion. Thank you very much, Jasper. And as next speaker, it's a pleasure for me to welcome to this final conference, Dörte Fouquet. Dörte Fouquet, probably well known as in her leading role at the European Renewable Energy Federation, or probably also well known from her activities in the field of renewables, in the field of energy, where Dörte has provided several, contributed a lot to the development of 2020 targets and so forth. Dörte, I hope to see you around, so I would give then the floor to you.
Yeah, can you hear me?
We can hear you, we can't see you yet.
How is that? Sorry.
At least I'm relaxed to hear you.
Good, at least you can hear me. Okay, maybe now you can also see me. I think I need to close out the sunshine a little bit. So sorry for that.
Perfect.
Good.
So
I came very late on board. I'm sorry. So I'm probably not so well prepared as you might see, but I found it very interesting. I followed the whole day as much as I could, and thank you for having me on behalf of AREF. And I just wanted to start in saying that we had participated also in the workshop on auctions for renewable energy support under the first AURES project in June 2015, and that was Dirk Hendricks at that time, who is working with me directing AREF. And we were very critical at that time concerning auctions on behalf of the Voice of Independent Power Producers, which AREF stands for, and small and medium-sized and citizens project. And we are still very critical, and I cannot see, also for our world, and I can really not see any changes that we should be more welcoming on our auctioning mechanisms. I hope I can continue. If not, you might need to do it. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's on me. That's not interesting. We are at the moment in an accelerated need to roll out much more renewables in order, as we all know, to get rid of the gas and oil coming especially from Russia, in order to stop this war. And I can only say thanks to your work in this project and the previous project, what you have done is you have given us a lot of empirical data and analysis, which I think everybody should use besides other experience on auctioning. And I have worked also with the inside of AREF. I have worked on a project on the legal situation in the EU when it comes to auctioning. And we have, Irina heard in the morning that we need to do much more. We have the recent IPCC. So even without the war, we are not there yet to be on a good pathway. So that as a background. As the second, I have a voila. We also say that there is probably room that auctions will stay around out of many reasons. But we have also to acknowledge that all policy instruments, they do have strengths and weaknesses. And for independent power projects, there are different kinds of strengths and problems which we already have. And auctioning for us is only increasing the problematic issues. We therefore need to acknowledge that we further need different policy instruments for those different market segments, which I have put here. Large scale can always see auctioning. I think good, well-made auctioning is okay, but we heard in the morning also very warning words concerning the duration and concerning the supply with turbines, for example, also for big developers is a problem. And that problematic comes back to us also, even if we are not in auctioning, to the smaller projects, because we are served last. So the European Commission, DG Competition, should also start to look into, isn't there some cartel around? Because there are very bad signals. As a lawyer, I can say I would be very, very conscious of that. We have heard it in the morning, the obstacles, I don't go. We still see also in future, is there more degree of local participation and positive embracement with auctionings? We can't see that. We see that more in more focused citizen energy projects, and they really cannot live with auctioning. The level of transaction costs, you have talked about it. I don't want to go. And then we have now more and more obligatory use of and integration of renewables, like PV in buildings and new buildings. That auctioning in future will have no room there, unless it is for big housing companies fighting together. But also there, I would not see it. So on the next slide, for us, so policymakers have to incentivize investment much more even in this near future, in these weeks, and have to encourage all types of actors. And we would have a modification of the current framework for small and medium-sized and energy community projects when they are assessed under state aid rules. And I come to that very briefly. We always, as AREF, have said technology neutrality invented by neoliberals in DG Competition at that time is absolute nonsense and is not helping system integration. So yeah, the biggest step block for us remains state aid guidelines, and it remains also how long it takes to get the green light. I can see from the German examples, we are still waiting for green light for some state aid schemes from the European Commission, even though we are already reforming with the Easter package a new support mechanism for renewables, also in view of the current crisis. And that's a no-brainer. This cannot continue. And also, we need fast-track energy programs. We need fast-track state aid clearance. That meaning, when we look at the good reaction the Commission had in the crises like Corona, the Commission now needs also to review its state aid guidelines and to make eventually even specific, very slim state aid guidelines to get the rollout out faster. So that has not so much to do with auctioning, but in that they can clarify who does not need to apply, or when an auctioning system should not even be thought of. So we have good things for small projects opened already in the current state aid guidelines, but that has to be improved. Maybe with that, I also would end in saying the Council, in my view, is also called in now. The Council has rights under our state aid articles in the treaty. The Council could also say for specific fast-track support mechanisms Member States may take up, that they ask its Council members to give green light. The Council can do that, and there the Commission cannot do a lot. I do not want always to bash the Commission, but I really have to say that from the point of view of AREF in the past, she is too slow in DG competition. And I'm sorry to say, we can discuss it in the round table, but we have a crisis in hand, and we had the finance crisis where she was much faster. We have the Corona crisis, so she also needs to see this natural catastrophe coming. We have provisions in the articles under state aid in the treaties. She has to take that more on board. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dörte, especially for your critical view on auctions as such, and also on the institutional setting in that context. Yeah, I think this serves as a good basis for the follow-up panel discussion. As next speaker, or as a little bit specific topic, we would now, however, before we go into the panel, have two other presentations, and one of them, the direct follow-up, would be the future applications of auctions. And for that, I see here two heads coming up. Jenny again, welcome back. And also Fabian Wiegand from Guidehouse. Let's say the floor is now yours, and please.
Okay, hello again from my side. Now I don't dare to do my presentation after that done by Dörte, which is already was very critical about the renewable electricity auctions. But of course, I'll try to be as neutral as possible. So what I want to talk about shortly is future application of auctions in other sectors beyond electricity. Do I have the control?
Actually, yes. Try to click again. Perfect. Wait a second.
Yeah, now it works. Okay, so I have stated here, and that's also more or less the opinion of the consortium, that the auctions are by now as an established instrument for supporting renewables and in the electricity sector, and they have proven to be viable for allocating scarce support in that sector. However, of course, the energy transition includes many other areas where auctions might play a role in the future, and I've mentioned a few here. NIDA, I think, has mentioned another area, which was the coal phase out, where auctions could play a role as well. And here we have listed heating and cooling. For example, that's about renewables in district heating, but it could also be auctions for something very decentral, like serial building renovation. But of course, you see here that it's always most or targeted at the bigger actors in the different sectors. In the transport sector, it could be that, and also they are already used in some cases, auctions for charging infrastructure for electric mobility. In the area of industrial applications, could be CCFDs. The Innovation Fund on EU level is an example already, I think, for an auction process. However, it's a multi-criteria auction where price only placed is weighted at 20% of all criteria. Then there can be auctions in general for emission reduction. That would be multi-technology auctions across sectors like the ones used in the SD++ in the Netherlands. And last but not least, we have the new area of hydrogen, where auctions is, for example, for electrolyzers could and probably or very definitely will also play a role in the next years. On the next slide, or this slide, I go a bit deeper into the different sectors, although I still stay on a very general level. After that, we will have Fabian, who will go a bit more into the details of hydrogen auctions. Of course, it's a very broad topic, so we cannot present details on all sectors. And also, it's still a very new topic, so we have not done an analysis that is equal to that done for the electricity sector so far. So in heating, as I said, there are many potential applications, and that would be, for example, beyond the renewables that I mentioned already, heat pumps in district heating, heat pumps and renewable systems in heating for industry, process heat, and so on, new district heating systems or concepts for heating in districts, and again, potentially serial renovation. There are some existing examples in member states for CHP plants, for example, in Germany, Poland, and Slovenia, for renewables plants in Estonia and Latvia, and for whole district heating systems. There have been many examples across the EU on municipality level, mainly. The results of these auctions have been very mixed. So we can see many auctions here that have not taken place in the end because there were not sufficient applicants for the auction process, and also auctions that were undersubscribed, so they did not lead to the desired or envisaged cost reduction. The main challenge, I think, in the heating sector is first that maybe some of the auctions were not set up in a very good way, and more in the medium to long term, also, of course, the diversity of the sector, and also the fact that some framework conditions are not enabling auctions or competition in the auctions at the moment. For example, that includes third-party access to district heating networks, but which is currently proposed in the revision of the Renewable Energy Directive. When it comes to transport, it's clear that the focus of auctions will only be on infrastructure, because the other parts are not really don't lend themselves to using auctions. That can be charging infrastructure and also maybe overhead lines for lorries. There have been some auctions taking place already, also in Germany, Poland, and Romania for charging infrastructures. And we don't see any very specific challenges here, because it's usually big players. It's a homogeneous product, and it's not that difficult to design an auction for these infrastructure things. Then we come to industry. There, in principle, you can think of auctions for many products, many potential applications, investment grants, operational support. There, of course, CCFDs are the main instrument discussed at the moment. Can be for a combination across industries, potential focus on energy-intensive industries. There are many potentials here. Currently, I think there's, as an example, the EU Innovation Fund, and many member states are discussing potentially auction-based CCFD programs at the moment. The main challenge here, I mentioned that in the last session, is the diversity of sectors and technologies. And as stated before, it will be at least very challenging to design auctions that allow for this technological diversity and still lead to a sufficient degree of competition in order to make auctions a good instrument for efficiently and effectively allocating support. Then we come to hydrogen. Fabian, as I said, will talk in more detail about that. Potential applications could be electrolyzers, hydrogen imports, and then maybe also demand-side auctions for hydrogen. We see as examples currently the Netherlands, where the SDE++ includes electrolyzers, although not successful so far. And in Germany, it is planned to have the H2 global two-sided demand-supply auctions for imports of hydrogen derivatives. The main challenge with regards to hydrogen, we come to that again, is the chicken and egg problem. There needs to be a synchronized ramp up of supply, demand, and infrastructure. So auction design needs to take that into account, of course. Then the last block here is the integrated auctions for decarbonization, including all low carbon technologies, as is the case in the SE++. And of course, here we have even more that challenge compared to only including many industrial sectors of diversity of sectors and technologies, and really the challenge for the auction design to enable a level playing field and also enable stable supply chain developments in the context of that multi technology auction surroundings. And with that, I hand over to Fabian, who will dive into the details of hydrogen auctions.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jenny, and thank you everyone for attending. Let me look into the field of hydrogen auctions, and as Jenny already mentioned, it's really a kind of different type of challenge we have than with renewables and with electricity, right? Because we do here have, the major challenges are the missing market on the one hand, and the missing infrastructure for hydrogen and some derivatives. And yeah, we have to think new, we have to think different than for renewables. While electricity infrastructure is today already widely available, hydrogen infrastructure still has to grow beyond a few industry clusters which are existing. And similarly, the current market situation for hydrogen can is basically the chicken and egg problem, right? On the one hand, there's currently not sufficient demand for renewable hydrogen yet because it's too costly in comparison to alternatives to grey hydrogen, but there's also not sufficient supply of green hydrogen yet beyond pilot projects. And the challenge here is that the price of renewables hydrogen can only drop if we actually achieve these economies of scale and if we have technology learning to pick up. So we've looked into a couple of options on basically how to support either the demand side or the supply side or both of hydrogen. And when we start with the demand side auctions, that's basically a case where we then would try to subsidize encourage the increased hydrogen demand, and there's a good reason for that in Europe, because strategies both at the national level and the EU level actually foresee a significant growth in the use of renewables hydrogen, particularly in industry in the future. And this growth will also be further underlined in the proposal from the RED II revision. Most likely will be like 50% of hydrogen to be used in industry. And in that case, the member states themselves need to are obliged basically to create the conditions for national fulfillment of these targets. But there is this cost gap, right, between renewables, hydrogen, and alternatives. And I think to bridge this cost gap, for example, we could look at an auction model where we can encourage new hydrogen demand and therefore ensure the simultaneous ramp up of new supply. Second option would be double-sided auctions for hydrogen derivatives, which provide, in a way, offtake security and price security to producers to invest into new electrolyzers, and at the same time support industry off-takers to switch to green markets. And I think what's special here that we basically, in that case, the arrangements of finding suppliers and off-takers would not be left to the industry, would not left to B2B context arrangements, but actually the auction itself would establish a market platform, trying to bring these two type of companies together. And for example, one thing that's already being set up now is called H2 Global. It's a scheme where Germany will basically on the one hand support electrolyzers outside of Europe to kind of help support international market uptake of hydrogen, and at the same time help German and also European later on companies to kind of purchase this hydrogen, and will be kind of a middleman in that, and establish a market platform. So how does that work basically? And that way, the double-sided auction would yeah, on the one hand, kind of guarantee large producers of hydrogen offtake to a certain price, and at the same time, yeah, and ensure that and then market this hydrogen themselves to the off-takers. And option 3, basically, that's the supply-side auction, where we would kind of help Europe to move towards its hydrogen strategy, to have a 40 gigawatt electrolyzer capacity until 2030. The challenge here is that the production of renewable hydrogen is currently less attractive still than the production of other hydrogen, and of course, although this is changing a bit with increasing gas prices. And yeah, basically as long as off-takers cannot pay significant premium on renewable hydrogen, this cost of green hydrogen production can be brought down by partly supporting it. And auctions could play a role basically in that, in supporting, allocating the support for electrolyzers. There's also a fourth option that is being discussed in more and more countries. That's basically a joint auction for hydrogen and renewables energy production capacity together, to support kind of the joint deployment of renewables and electrolyzers. The interesting thing behind that is basically that by jointly developing electrolyzers and renewables assets, a project planner can potentially much better optimize both assets than separate developers, streamline the development process of these projects, and improve joint configuration operation of these two assets, and therefore also reduce overall investment costs. And in that case, of course, we kind of have two revenue streams for the developer. We have the sale of renewables to a market or to another off-taker, and we would have use part of this renewables then for the electrolyzer itself. Yeah, so very interesting developments, and you can also see on these 4 slides basically quickly the overview on what would kind of be the auctions. So you see on the demand side auction would basically be yeah, the support to the demand side, where kind of the lowest support need would win from the consumer side. You could have the same also for the supplier side, where kind of the lowest support need to build an electrolyzer would win. And then you have the double-sided auction for derivatives, where we kind of two kind of auctions. On the one hand, one with the producers to buy the green hydrogen, on the other hand with the consumers to sell the green hydrogen. Yeah, very interesting to hear more, also to hear from Sunfire and to the discussion today. Thank you.
Thank you, Fabian. Thank you, Jenny. You already mentioned it as next speaker, since we were now moving on in time. The last presentation of this long day, it's a pleasure for me to welcome as last speaker Christopher Frey. Christopher Frey, Senior Manager at Sunfire, and I think, Christopher, you are very familiar with what you are talking now on, so hydrogen and auctions for hydrogen support. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Gustav. I hope you can all hear me well. It's very good to be here among the participants. I'm actually very familiar with hydrogen, of course. I'm a little bit less familiar with auctions, even though I have been following the AURES 2 project since its inception. First from the wind energy side, and since last year from the hydrogen angle. But as Fabian mentioned, this is really a new sort of application for auctions, and I'm going to try to at least identify a couple of issues or challenges that we will be facing when applying auctions to electrolysis and to renewable hydrogen. But please just allow me to say a couple of words about Sunfire, as not all of you will be familiar with what we do. So Sunfire is a developer and producer of highly efficient electrolyzers with an industrial focus, meaning that our technologies enable industries like steel or chemical producers, fuel producers in refineries to reduce emissions by replacing fossil fuels, mostly natural gas, with electrolysis to produce renewable hydrogen. We produce individual electrolyzer units ranging from between 3 to 10 megawatts. And just like our competitors, we are currently focusing all efforts on scaling up our production capacities, meaning we invest in production sites. Our aim is to produce 500 megawatts in 2023 of electrolyzers and then quickly scale that up to 1 gigawatt thereafter. But even if this is for us, it's a big challenge. This sort of pales look at the ambition that the European Union has in terms of scaling up electrolysis and the targets that have been put out. Fabian has already mentioned the EU hydrogen strategy, which was published by the Commission in 2020, which was sort of a game changer because the Commission made clear that hydrogen would play a large role, specifically for decarbonizing hard to electrify sectors. And the goal in the hydrogen strategy is 10 million tons of renewable hydrogen in 2030 and 40 gigawatts of installed electrolysis capacity. Now, the thing is that after the Russian invasion of Ukraine, this is off the table. As you might know, the European Commission has published as an answer to the attack on Ukraine, the so-called Repower EU communication. And in that communication, the Commission makes very clear that it wants renewable hydrogen to play a major role in further reducing fossil fuel imports. And the target that we had from the hydrogen strategy, the 40 gigawatts, the 10 million tons of renewable hydrogen, that was significantly increased again. So we're now looking at 20 million tons of renewable hydrogen and equaling roughly 200 to 250 gigawatts of electrolysis capacity. So this is, of course, a huge challenge because currently we are way below 500 megawatts of installed capacity in Europe. So the question is, how can we do that? How do we scale up as fast as we have to and build the electrolyzers that we need? So we need enabling mechanisms to do that. And we need these mechanisms across several dimensions. We need better definitions of renewable hydrogen. We need to solve supply chain challenges, which are currently very, very prominent, of course, not just for our sector, but for all sectors. We need to solve the permitting framework for electrolyzers, where we are just at the very beginning. And we need financial support. And the support instrument will depend probably more than for renewable energy generating installations like wind and PV on the use case or the application of the hydrogen. So if you take industry, you'll surely see carbon contracts for difference for the steel industry. The German government is currently preparing it for their summer package. And for the steel industry, for example, capex costs are certainly sort of the major issue, because in order to use renewable hydrogen on a large scale, you will need to refurbish your installations, you will have to invest in equipment for the direct reduction of iron ore and so on. But if you take other industries like the chemical industry or refineries, the focus might be more on the OPEX costs. And for your renewable hydrogen OPEX, the cost of electricity is, of course, the major issue, with a share of about 80% of the entire OPEX. So you need some mechanism there that allows you to stabilize the electricity costs. So here a contract for difference on the price of renewable electricity might make sense. And when it comes to the allocation of the support, it's clear that auctions will play a role. So this is also a no-brainer, considering the requirements of EU state aid law and the state aid guidelines more specifically. But this goes in of what Dörte mentioned. If we look at what we need to do in 8 years until 2030, it's also clear that the auctions cannot be the only mechanism that we apply to the allocation of support. And I just would like to highlight 3 things that we need to look at. So first of all, we will need to sort of opened a lot of different drawers. Yeah, so I think this has been mentioned a couple of times today already. There is no one-size-fits-all approach to auction design and to support mechanisms, and that also applies to hydrogen support. We will need CCFDs for the steel industry. We will need technology-specific supply-side auctions for electrolysis projects. We will need probably also combined auctions for renewables and hydrogen production, where you have your generating installation, your wind turbine or your PV plant, electrolyzer next to it. And finally, we will need double-sided auctions for the hydrogen derivatives, such as ammonia or methanol, as Fabian mentioned, and this is already happening. In Germany, at least, we have the H2 Global project, where we have this double-sided auction for the import of these power-to-X products. The second thing I wanted to mention is that it's a bit difficult to envisage multi-technology or technology-neutral auctions as long as we speak about renewable hydrogen. And here the differentiation would be more on the end product and the sector or specific industry in which the hydrogen is put to work. Because if you produce renewable hydrogen, you will always have electrolysis, and you do not differentiate so much between the technologies. And the third issue I would like to mention is that, and I've already said this, auctions are important and they will have to be applied because it's simply what the regulation is requiring. But at the same time, we need to explore the possibilities for exemptions from auctions. So wherever possible, specifically where specific technology targets are established by regulation, like the hydrogen strategy and Repower EU, and also the Fit for 55 package. So with these three sort of final thoughts for discussion, I would leave it here, and I look forward to exchanging with you and to the questions. Thank you.
Many thanks, Christopher. Yeah, and thanks to all of you for being part in that last panel and taking part in that last panel, and for your presentations beforehand. Before I would raise my questions, I just look at the chat function if there are any questions coming. Oh, I see there's something popping up. Okay, there was a question towards Christopher. Only looking on costs would mean that full load hours of electrolyzers should as high as possible, but leading to further system challenges, especially and on the electrical and on the renewable side. How would you bridge that gap of profitability and of efficient integration into a renewables-based system?
Yeah, that's actually a tough one. I don't think actually that the premise is right that that sort of maximum full load hours will lead to the most efficient outcome. I think we've done some calculations where we come to the conclusion that it might be below that, because if you really use the electrolyzer to the full extent, you will take electricity prices in hours where they are extremely high. So basically, you would want to sort of catch the hours of renewable generation where electricity prices are really competitive, and then you would run the electrolyzer, and when that's not the case, you would probably not be able to run it efficiently. And then I think that sort of premise is we have to challenge it again and look at it again. But I think this is something that the market participants haven't really figured out finally yet, the optimal use cases for hydrogen and for electrolyzer operation. But this is also sort of being regulated on right now with the Delegated Act on electricity supply for electrolysis, where these questions are being tackled, where we might see a cap of running hours, where we will certainly see regulations on additionality of renewable energy production, on geographical and temporal correlation, and specifically this temporal correlation element, of course, will also be very decisive for the optimization of running hours and the use of the electrolyzer.
Thank you for clarifying on that, and I'm sure that was not the easiest question. As a last, as some of the last questions, I would like to raise to all of you, and maybe I'm looking now at all of you, and probably I would like to ask you that we stick to the order where you also gave your presentation. So starting with Jasper, how do you see the future of renewable related auctions in the light of the Green Deal, with all that increase in ambition, and with that, yeah, also in the light of the current challenge that we see because of the COVID pandemic, because of the Ukraine war, and all those effects that we see on the energy market?
Yes, thank you for the question, Gustav. So to answer it, I've shown in my presentation that from an end consumer perspective, the scenario with a high flexibility is actually beneficial for consumers. However, if the market prices in a long trend remain that low, the deployment of those flexibility options is a no-fly from a modeling perspective, meaning it definitely needs support also for those sector coupling technologies, being heat pumps or hydrogen electrolysis systems. So there I definitely see a critical role for auctions to enable this sector coupling that in the end is beneficial also for the end consumer. Then regarding the current situation, there are two different trends that are a little bit counteracting each other. On the one side, we have this extreme price increase on the spot market due to the gas price increase. And on the other side, of course, we have, due to the pandemic and the supply chains that are hindered, we have an increase in the costs. And we have to see how, in the medium term, how this will play out. Our assumption or our feeling is that in the medium term, this will lead to increased costs, but long term, the general trend of decreasing costs will persist. And yeah, and therefore, I mean, the auctions, they remain an essential tool, yeah, to enable this deployment. And yes.
So thank you, Jasper. I see now already popping up another question, and that would be also anyhow directed to, how to say, the person I would ask next, Dörte. The question that came now from the World Wide Web was, can you explain what you meant when you mentioned the potential emergence of the cartel in the value chain for renewable technologies? Dörte, I think you're still muted.
Yeah, sorry. I have to disclaim that I do not have concrete signals. I'm just, as an old hand, I'm just wondering when specific things occur, meaning that smaller projects do not get good prices or good timelines for being served with the renewable energy equipment, and even bigger projects now seem to have difficulties. I accept that there is now, as has just been said by Jasper, we have this this value chain, but this supply chain problems, but these crisis points had appeared already before. So I just want to say there's more to do for DG competition than burdening member states with too long approval procedures. I wanted to put that in a perspective.
Thanks, Jyoti. And any further word on how do you see the future of auctions?
Yeah,
Do you see any future?
Yes, I do. And I have said that. You can read it also on the slides. Also, I would not say that auctionings have been introduced. You may know AREF in Europe was against the way it had been introduced. And I think the way was not good because it had been done by the Commission single-handedly via guidelines, whereas the former Renewable Energy Directive had left the room what support model to choose to the member states. So that is our, let's say, Catholic point of view. But if you say big, you have big projects. So, for example, Germany wants to have a huge project in a given area. Naturally, that's almost a procurement rules issue, and there you might be advised to do a good auctioning call. It's like a procurement call, which we call then auctioning, to get some things straight. But it should not be seen that everything else we can do on the local level, on small scale level, is a little bit the dirty boy at the table. No, it has its own value, and this cohabitation has to be structured better in many member states and under many applications. I think that would be AREF's view.
Thanks, Jyoti. And I guess that clarifies also already what there came another question, I think again from the World Wide Web in person from William Mackey. So that auctions somehow favor large-scale producers. So as a byproduct of auctions favoring the scale for participants. So, yeah, I think we all can agree on that.
Yeah, and again, I want to thank you in AURES and this whole project, and because it is so good to have taken the time, and also the Commission supported that to have a broad area where you look at auctioning under different sectors, and today was just the accumulation of your work. So thank you.
Thanks, Dörte. Yeah, the final words from Jenny and Fabian, maybe one after each other. What is your final judgment on the future of auctions in the light of this increase in ambition, in the light of the recent crisis, in the light of what we heard also in the previous session, the call for further technology neutrality, multi-technology? Yeah, please, Jenny.
Yeah, I think that auctions will certainly continue to play a very important role in the context also of reaching the Green Deal. And also more generally, support for renewables will continue to play a big role in the electricity sector. I think at the same time, for some technologies like wind offshore at the moment, of course, these zero support auctions will also continue to play a role. And I think there's a lot to do on on design issues with regards to these auctions. I think one big advantage of auctions also in the context of the Green Deal is that you can have these fixed auction schedules, and you can, by that, you can somehow prepare the supply chain to the amounts of capacity that will come over the next years. And of course, that's much easier to do. And I also personally, I also prefer to do that in a technology specific way, so that you have clear schedules for the onshore wind industry over the next years, and they have to get the permitting for that, and they have to prepare the project so we don't get, or at least it can be avoided that we have supply chain constraints on that level at least.
Thanks, Jenny. Then question to Fabian, do you see still the proper functioning of auctions in the light of this increased ambition? Would that work also like for what you analyzed on the hydrogen side?
Yeah, I mean, I think overall, yeah, I think the increased ambition will need to result in massively increased volumes and, as Jenny mentioned, much more reliable auction schedules, multi-year ones. Because I think what we will basically see is we would see a certain competition between countries also, who has the most attractive marketplace, right, for renewables investments, for hydrogen investment, etc. And I think for that, reliable schedules for investors and easily accessible permitting procedures and processes are will be extremely important. I think what we can also see probably is that renewables and other technologies might also more and more go through non-auction revenue streams, right? So, for example, we could have a situation where kind of a battery storage auction is then competing with battery revenue streams from balancing markets, or we could have a situation where government-led auctions might not achieve the desired competition levels because maybe selling power in the wholesale market or through PPAs is much more attractive, right? And I think that is something we have to consider, that I think governments really need to be aware when designing auctions, and particularly for the larger scale of renewables and other technologies, to consider how is the market scheme set up and how attractive are they, both compared to other countries and both compared to other markets that are existing already. And that will be super interesting to watch. And I think only if we design this well, we can really reach the scale that we need in such a short time.
Thanks, Fabian. Any last word from your side, Christopher?
No, I think it has all been said. Again, for hydrogen, we're at the very start of applying auctions to the ramp up. And again, maybe the most important point, auctions alone will probably not bring us where we need to be. And we need a combination of mechanisms, and we need to look very, very closely at the use case or the application of renewable hydrogen at the different industries, because they each have different needs, and no one size fits all approach is possible.
Thanks, Christopher. Thanks to all of you for taking that active role in in that last session. I see already the wrap up and conclusion slide. Maybe I need to hand over now again to Vasily. Maybe a last word from my side. For me, it is, of interest, and also the big challenge I see in the future is how to deal with an instrument which aims for this allocative efficiency, which aims for this bringing down the cost, and how to deal with that, with this increase in ambition. Because in practice, what I would expect now in many countries to happen is that what is set as the umbrella, as the ceiling price in an auction, will determine the outcome if we have that high demand for a quick uptake of technologies, whatever it will be, whether it would be hydrogen or renewables. So thanks again, and now I hand over to Vasily.
Thank you very much, Gustav. Thank you very much to all the speakers and participants. I don't want to take too much time since it's already late. We had quite a long day, but still, I hope quite interesting final conference for all of the participants. So it's quite difficult to wrap together around 5-hour workshop, just very small graph here figure what have we seen today? So I think we looked a little bit from the past, from this evaluating, monitoring aspect of AURES2. With the lessons learned, we had quite a lot of discussions. What could we learn from this experience that we had? Let it be the good things. Of course, there were some negative aspects as well, but still we're trying to overcome those. Then looking at the impact of the auctions in the renewable sector, coming to 2022 and now forward looking, let it be to cross-border auctions that might be more important, or multi-technology auctions. And of course, last but not least, the future of auctions. What will we see in the next 10, 20, 30 years with regard to different technologies, with regard to different other applications? So what next? So basically, we're wrapping up the project. Please still follow our website and our newsletter. Several reports will be published actually in the next couple of days, especially our final report. And then for the researchers among us, the special issue, and of course the interested public in energy policy. It's the special issue submissions are open until end of July. Looking forward, of course, to your submissions. And well, yeah, I think working further on the auction design, I see the points of investigating, improving the electricity auctions. But I think the more important point for us as a consortium is to transfer our knowledge to other applications in the energy system, hydrogen, heating, other technologies. I've heard even energy efficiency. Because I think we have done quite a lot of work. We've tried to understand, and we have achieved to understand the mechanism of auctions, I think, with all the advantages and disadvantages, of course. And most importantly, I think to the audience, the project might have ended, but we will still be available for further questions and discussions, of course. And yeah, let me thank you to all the partners, of course, to the external speakers today, that you took the time to participate here, present your views and your experiences on renewable energy auctions. And yeah, a big thank you really to everyone for this great journey. And I hope to see you, to be in contact with you in the future. And yeah, I think there is still quite a lot of to do with regard to the Green Deal. And so yeah, I'm looking forward to the future. And thank you very much. And yeah, see you and hear you soon, hopefully.
See you, Vasily.
Goodbye, and thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye bye.